Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. And now please rise for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Okay. All right, item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. And
so moved.
All right, do I have a second? If there are no comments, we'll approve the minutes by consensus. All right. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. And Mr. Grannon.
This doesn't change the order, but just I think there's a mistake concerning item 5.06, just so there's no misunderstanding pursuant to the board's last vote on that issue. That's an action item, not just an information item.
That is correct, and I was going to bring that up when we got to that item. It is that one, 5.06 is an action item. Okay. All right. All right, if there's no other comments, the agenda stands as written. Item 2.05 is board recognitions, and we do have a staff presentation.
Good evening, President Hummer, Vice President Gilliland, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. I am Chris Truffer, Regional Assistant Superintendent for the South River and Arundel clusters, and it is my pleasure to present this evening's first recognition. Before I go any further, I'd like to ask the members of the board and Dr. Arlotto to please come forward. There is no question that the primary mission of any educational institution is to instill in its students the academic knowledge needed to be successful in college and career. As importantly, however, is the need to partner with parents, community groups, and others to build in children a sense of purpose outside the classroom and a desire to uplift others to make our communities better places to live. When we see that happen, it is simply awesome. And tonight's first honoree is the epitome of awesome. Spurred to action by a family tragedy event, the opioid-related death of her cousin Hunter in 2016, Penelope Chandler looked for ways to help. The Crofton Woods Elementary School student decided she wanted to show her love for first responders, and when she became aware of grants from the Crofton-based group Kindness Grows Here, she had a vehicle to do so. Penelope, whose project is called Hope Hunters, named after her cousin, applied for and won a grant. With it, she made and passed out goodie bags to first responders who serve our county in so many ways every day, including helping those struggling with addiction. The first responders also got certificates and more than 100 cards from first graders at Crofton Woods Elementary. At that event, Penelope told the honorees this: "We wanted you to know you are loved by everybody, even people who have died. We hope more people can live because of your help. Thank you for being a hope hunter." Every day in our schools, children look to adults as role models. That's just the way we're conditioned to think. Sometimes, though, role models come in the form of 7-year-old first graders who seize opportunities to spread kindness that both reassures and inspires us all. Penelope is here tonight with her parents, Erica and Jim, her brother Sawyer, and other family members and friends who wanted to support her. Also here with her is her teacher, Kristen Elder, her principal, Lynn Beerus, and assistant principal, Carla Bonacici. As Penelope and her parents, brother, teacher, and principal and assistant principal come forward, please join me in congratulating her for awesome work. Way to go, Penelope.
Thank you.
There you go.
President Hummer, Vice President Gillen, Dr. Olato, and members of the board, good evening. I am Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, and I am here along with Eleni Dykstra, Coordinator of Visual Arts. I have the pleasure of introducing this evening's second board recognition. Members of the board and Dr. Olato, as you know, and as you have seen firsthand, we have extraordinary, talented artists in our school system. We are here to recognize one of those students. She is the winner of the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Visionary Kids Contest, selected from middle school and high school students from across Anne Arundel County. As part of the contest, held in conjunction with the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Breakfast and sponsored by Anne Arundel County Public Schools, the Anne Arundel County Arts Council, and the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Breakfast Committee, students in grades 6 through 12 were charged with creating pieces through film, visual arts, performance, or creative writing. The theme this year was Realizing the Dream, the Time is Now. Dr. King spoke of a world in which people are not judged based on the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. These young artists conceptualized that idea through their art form, and they did so brilliantly. On Monday, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, Dr. Arlato sponsored 10 Visionary Kids Contest students to attend the MLK breakfast. This was an amazing opportunity for the students to experience the far-reaching vision that Dr. King advocated for during his life. The following high school senior will receive a $1,000 scholarship to the college, career, or technical school of their choice, sponsored by the MLK Breakfast Committee. Naomi Gerald from Northeast High School for her artwork titled Brothers or Fools, which has beautifully captured the theme, Realizing the Dream, the Time is Now. In addition to our talented student, Naomi, and her parents, we also have joining with us tonight to celebrate Mr. Eugene Peterson, Chair, Anne Arundel County, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Breakfast Committee, Jackie Alsop, committee member, Mr. Jason Williams, Northeast High School Principal, Mr. William Morin, Northeast High School Visual Arts Teacher, and Miss Maisha Walker, Specialist for School and Community Partnerships with the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. As they all come forward, please join us in congratulating this incredible artist.
I saw you shake your head. I said, I have some friends that have the same last name and pronounce it that way.
I won't say it again.
Great job. Hi there, how are you?
Do you want us to go up or do you want us over?
Only down here, so I'm going to try to squeeze you all together. So everyone just squeeze together. You're going to step.
Now we'll get a kiss.
Come on this side. Yeah, please. There we go.
I love you, Carol.
All right, get everybody up. Item 2.06 is school and community highlights. Anyone? Ms. Schalheim. Miss Antwine.
So, good evening. I just want to quickly say that District 1 in education is getting it done. I have had the blessed privilege of visiting I think in our county, in District 1, students that live in District 1 attend nearly 22 schools in Anne Arundel County. I've had the privilege of visiting tomorrow. We'll make about 20 of the 22. And these students, the teachers, the administrators are just incredible. I am so impressed that I'm going to do something that I haven't done in a little while. I'm going to prepare an after-action report to include the highlights, the joys, the fun, but most importantly, the emphasis on family, on education, and community advocacy. These students deserve so much, and they are doing great things. So thank you all for the opportunity.
Ms. Schalheim.
Well, a bunch of us attended the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Breakfast, which was fabulous. And in addition to that, I continue to volunteer and draw math facts and do language arts tutorials with students at Folger Mackenzie. And it's been a busy couple weeks.
And believe with Dr. Arlotto, we're going to see a little video in a minute of a fabulous opportunity that we had last week, so I'm going to hold off on that and let you shine on that one. But I did want to call out that we learned recently that a former board member from the 80s, 70s, I think, actually, 60s and 70s, passed away recently. His name was George Asaki, and he was president of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education as well as the Maryland State Board of Education. And he had a very impressive background. He actually was a Japanese American and served time in the internship camps, and then served in the U.S. Army and was part of military intelligence, and then he served his community as a PTA president and a board member. And I didn't know him, but I really appreciated his service when I read his obituary, and I just wanted to point that out to people, that that's some of the legacy of our county that we had here, and thank him for his service to this county and the students of this county. So, Dr. Arlotto, Superintendent's update.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Let me begin by just reminding the community that the community meeting scheduled for the Chesapeake cluster had to be rescheduled because of weather, and that meeting will now be on January 30th. And we've changed the location to Chesapeake Bay Middle School at 6:30. So again, the community meeting for the Chesapeake cluster has been rescheduled for January 30, and it will be held at Chesapeake Bay Middle School at 6:30. Last week, I certainly had the privilege, as I do each and every year, to attend the annual Harvest for the Hungry Kids Helping Kids awards ceremony at the Anne Arundel County Food Bank. Our schools participate each year in collecting food and raising money to support the food bank and those in need throughout our county. The schools are joined in this endeavor by the team here at Central Office, as well as the team at our maintenance facility at Fort Smallwood, as well as MIDS from the U.S. Naval Academy. Each year, the food bank recognizes the hard work and dedication of our students and staff, and recognizes those schools that raised the most money, collected the most food, and those that had the most food and money combined. This year, South River High School won all three categories by collecting 8,418 pounds of food, collecting $14,788 for a combined food pound total, $1 raised equals 8 pounds of food, of 126,725 pounds of food. The other schools that were recognized were Nantucket Elementary, Benfield, Windsor Farm, Crofton Meadows, and Crofton Elementary. South River High School, as I said, Severna Park High, Central Middle, Piney Orchard Elementary, Crofton Middle, Crofton Woods Elementary, Chesapeake Science Point Charter, Seven River Middle, Southern Middle, Davidsonville Elementary, and Millersville Elementary. This is, ladies and gentlemen, a really important part, as I say each year at this ceremony, of the work that we do with students, that our students do, that will never show up on a transcript. It's never going to show up on a report card. And teaching students about empathy and teaching students to recognize the need in their own community is a really important part of what we are working with our students on. And this endeavor, and the fact that we do this each and every year, it becomes a competition for the many schools, is really wonderful. And we're glad to continue to partner with the food bank. The food bank also recognized you, ladies and gentlemen, the Board of Education, for your work in continuing to promote this work. And so I was presented with this plaque on your behalf. And so I want to present this to Mrs. Hummer. Thank you. Outstanding. Well done. It was nice to have the board recognized. I also want to let you know that the food bank recognized Mrs. Teresa Tudor for her support and dedication to Kids Helping Kids campaign by awarding her the first ever Exceptional Action Through Service Award. You are wonderful. Thank you. And lastly, something that was really exciting. The executive team gathered at Old Mill High School last week, this past Friday, to participate in the Unified PE Dance and Leadership Showcase. This was an amazing day for all of us, but especially the students, those with and without disabilities. Thanks to the Office of Health, PE, and Dance, the special education team, and all the teachers and TAs that made this wonderful event come to life. Mrs. Hummer and Ms. Ure were able to join us for the day. It was a little exhausting because it was a lot of work. It was a lot of fun, but words won't serve the event well, and so I'd just like to show you a quick minute or so video of some of the things that transpired.
This event is a showcase of the great work of our teachers and students throughout this first semester at Broadneck High School, Old Mill High School, Meade High School, Chesapeake High School, and Annapolis High School.
To see all the kids working together, this is such a great moment for our school system, that we're adding access and accessibility for all of our students to learn and grow from each other. It's a great day.
It's amazing just getting to know all these students, getting to do these activities, and getting to know what the curriculum is really like. And the importance of this program really is to make sure that all means all in our county, and that we're providing services to all the students and making sure that we're including everybody and excelling everybody in the right way.
This is really an opportunity for our students to work on advocacy, leadership, communication, creativity, all together with a structured curriculum in place.
Take cheese, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you to the team. That was wonderful.
So the Unified Dance and PE class, those classes, through the hard work of our health and PE team, and those classes were approved by the board last year, and so they've been rolled out this year, and they're going to continue to be rolled out to our school, all of our schools. And one of the best descriptions I heard of them was that as much as the learning is going on in the classroom, what the students say are children with disabilities, our students with disabilities, and our students without who are in the class, they all say the best part of it is the friendships that they've made that carry outside of the classroom. And it really was amazing. We had representatives there from the State Department of Education and from the National Association for PE and Health Teachers, all there to observe, because we are a model for this type of class that they want to emulate and expand to throughout the state and throughout the country. So it was a great recognition of the hard work that's being done here, and it was great fun. It was just a wonderful day. Mr.
I just want to add to that it was, again, an amazing experience, and you really got to know what all means all as you saw those students, as Ms. Hummer said, just connect and build those relationships with other students. I think it was a great opportunity for not only me to learn about, but for the other students as well there to just experience those the activities that we went through. And I just want to thank the executive team again. Some of your dance moves were quite awesome, just have to say. But yeah, it was amazing. Thank you.
Item 2.08 is a policy committee update. Ms. Urea.
Thank you. So the last policy committee meeting was on January 16th from 1 to 3 p.m. roughly. So we went over 3 policies, the first 2 being policy DK, financial fraud, waste, and abuse, and JABRA, which was the assignment and transfer of students to a school. So those first 2 policies really were just cleaning up, catching up with state law, updating, and just consolidating or rewording, essentially. The last policy we went through was JCCA, which was bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, and intimidation, hazing, and biased behavior. And so that is a project, essentially, that the policy committee is going to begin. We're supposedly thinking about splitting it up into different segments, specifically branching out on harassment, and specifically maybe writing a policy on sexual harassment, as well as specifically creating a policy on biased behavior, just to think, because we think those are 2 topics in our county that are really important, and we should really write these policies to signify the importance of labeling those specifically. And also in those policies, we're going to be specifying more directions in them, essentially. So our next meeting is February 13th. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Item 2.09 is the CRASC report.
Good evening, President Hummer, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Savannah Quick. I attend Northeast High School, and I am Secretary of Education for Crask. On January 10th, Crask held a middle school leadership symposium. This is the second in a series of 3 events focused on developing middle school leadership for the school year. Students attended sessions facilitated by Crask leaders on topics such as leadership styles, communication skills, and organization and time management. Later in the day, senior members of Crask reflected on what they have learned through high school by reading letters addressed to their freshman selves. Our junior members then participated in a question and answer regarding their experiences in high school. Everyone had a great time taking photos in the photo booth at lunch too. We would like to thank Brooklyn Park Middle School and Chesapeake Arts Center for hosting. Our final middle school leadership event will be held in March at George Fox Middle School. In 3 weeks, Crask is holding a General Assembly at South River High School for the purpose of ratifying our revised Constitution. Delegations from all middle and high schools have been invited to attend. With February quickly approaching, I would like to share some important dates about the student member of the board elections. On February 6th, Crask will host a SMOB information night and the nomination period will open. Nominations are due March 1st. Completed applications are due March 7th, including essays and letters of recommendation. Crask will host 2 campaign clinics to assist potential candidates. The panel interviews will be conducted on March 18th, where 3 nominees will be selected. A student-moderated live debate will take place here on April 4th with the 3 finalists. Finally, elections will be held April 11th. This is a privilege that Crask takes very seriously. We value the full voting rights that Ms. Urea currently holds on the AACPS Board of Education. On January 10th, 9 members of Crask had the pleasure of attending a meeting with Stacy Korbelak and the transition team for County Executive Stuart Pittman. The team was seeking student input into budget needs. Class size reduction and mental health resources, including counselors and psychologists, remain at the top of our concerns. We see smaller class sizes as an opportunity to build positive student-teacher relationships. With regards to mental health, most studies cannot agree on a staffing ratio. However, they all agree that the number of teens experiencing depression and anxiety are rising. Providing additional resources will make it easier for a student and maybe even a teacher or other staff member to access someone in their time of need. One school psychologist per high school is just not enough. On Monday, 6 members of Crask attended the Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast at La Fontainebleau in Glen Burnie. It was a wonderful morning of awards, speeches, and inspirational singing from Old Mill High School students. It was a great way to spend a day off school. We would like to thank Dr. Arlotto for this amazing opportunity. As semester 1 comes to a close, we would like to say good luck to everyone taking quarterlies. Finish strong. I appreciate the time to give you a quick update about what's happening in Crask. Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah. Item 2.10 is the PTA report.
No report.
No report. Okay. All right. Item 2.11 is we have a special presentation, a short presentation from Anne Arundel County Chief Administrative Officer Ben Burge and Anne Arundel County Acting Budget Officer Jessica Lays. As the board continues deliberations on its fiscal year 2020 operating and capital budget requests, the Board of Education, led by Mr. Bob Leib, has asked to be provided with updated information regarding anticipated county revenues for the coming fiscal year. Mr. Leib, thank you for your suggestion. Mr. Burge, welcome.
Thank you very much. President Hummer, Vice President Gilliland, Superintendent Arlotto, members of the board, thank you very much. My name is Ben Burge. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for Anne Arundel County. I bring greetings from County Executive Pittman. We appreciate this rather unusual request that came from the board. It's not often that we come and talk about the budget, but given the board's new model being a largely elected board now and the county executive wanting to establish new working relationships, we thought this was a good opportunity to come and present to you. On a personal note, this is a tremendous honor for me as my wife Teresa served 9 years on this board. One as president of the board. So I really appreciate all the and respect all the hard work you do with the board in serving the students of Anne Arundel County. I am joined by Jessica Lays, our budget officer, who is going to discuss some of the challenges and constraints and opportunities we face heading into the fiscal 2020 budget. Despite these challenges, though, we look forward to working with you and, as County Executive Pittman likes to say, continue to make Anne Arundel County the best place. I will now turn it over to Ms. Lays.
Good evening. So I handed out this presentation on the fiscal update. I want to kind of walk you through the FY18 end of year results, the current year's budget, what our estimates are on the current year, and then look forward to FY 2020. So starting on slide 3, I'm going to bring you up to speed with the result of the 2018 operations. As you can see, we generated $5.1 million of fund balance after operations. This is larger than what we anticipated, only because our revenues exceeded the budgetary amounts and the appropriations were not totally spent. So when departments or boards spend less money, that money gets rotated over to the next year. We had anticipated when we built the 19 budget that we would use about $58.6 million of fund balance, so that gives us a outstanding balance now of $31.2 million after 18's operations. That money is one-time money, so it can't be used for recurring expenses like pay packages or new positions. It's usually typically used for pay-go in the capital improvement program. We've also used it for OPEB contributions, revenue reserve contributions, or buying capital outlay items such as like a fire truck or vehicles that might be needed in public safety. If you turn to the next page on slide 4, one of these items that we tend to put a lot of one-time money into is the Revenue Stabilization Fund, which is also known as the Rainy Day Fund. In FY19, we're hoping to put an additional $6.5 million in this fund for a total balance of $71.2 million. There's a legal limitation on this fund that we cannot have more than 5% of our estimated general fund revenues, which is approximately $76 million, but we are trying to tap out the fund. As you all know, when we had a recession back in 2006, this fund was very useful to have in order to bail us out of very tough times. With that said, I want to move forward to the FY19 general fund. The 19 budget was $1,589 million, which was approximately $71 million over the 18's approved budget, or 4.7%. If you look at slide 7, I give you the breakdown of the categories of revenues. Because we are required by a county code to have a balanced budget, our revenues and expenditures will always equal each other. We have 3 main resources to tap into on the revenue side. The first would be the property tax, which makes up about 44% of our overall revenue. And then we have the income tax and the recordation and transfer tax. The combination of these 3 revenue sources make up over 80% of the county's revenues. Moving on to slide 8, we provided the operating revenue performance for both the fiscal year 17 and the 18 by category. And as you can see, through the categories, we've overachieved or increased our revenue estimates and received more from fiscal year to fiscal year. The bottom line from 17 to 18 increased $39 million. In FY19, we've estimated revenues to be at $1,531 million. As far as to date, on page 9, I'm going to run through the 3 major categories and tell you where I think we are in FY19. On slide 9, we're going to talk about the property tax estimate of $694.9 million. This is in line with our budget currently. This is one of the easier revenue sources to predict because it is capped to the CPI. So it's not going to grow any larger than the CPI plus the new construction. So at most, we're going to see a 3% growth from year to year on our property taxes. The State Department of Assessments and Taxation gave us our November estimate, and based on those assessments, we were right in line with our original estimate. We were slightly lower in our anticipated abatements and reductions, but we picked up a little bit more new construction in the most current estimate. So as far as today, our revenue estimate in this category is right on. The income tax for FY19 on slide 10, is $518 million, and this is in line with our 19 estimate as personal income growth has been approximately 4%. We've calculated in this both a federal tax change of about $4.5 million and or other distributions coming in about $2.5 million greater than what we originally anticipated. Liquidation and transfer taxes are estimated at $102 million. In FY 2018, we saw a very strong, robust growth in our real estate activity. We've definitely started to increase. The housing market is booming again, and we have more sales. We're expecting FY 19 to remain pretty much the same as the 18. Our mortgage rates are stable, but we're unsure about what the feds are going to do, and we might see an upward trend in those rates. Our existing home sales and our inventory are slightly lower than what we anticipated, but overall, we're okay with our estimate in this category. On slide 11, you're going to see a graph that illustrates the history of the receipts of recordation and transfer tax. The importance of this graph is to point out that in 2006-2007, we had a housing market boom where the county collected over $130 million in this one revenue category. But then in 2009, we crashed, and during that crash, we only recovered about $50 million. So this slide specifically explains why when we do the budget, we use $100 million as our baseline, because anything that's collected over that $100 million may only be one time. So we don't want to create new positions or pay packages or obligations in a recurring basis on a revenue source that could very well not be available in the future. So even though back on slide 8, I show you that I'm estimating $110 million in recordation and transfer taxes, I don't want to count $110 million in my recurring revenue for FY 19 or 20 because we might not achieve that. And we learned our lessons from the recession that we don't want to have to furlough or cut pay or reduce position counts, that we really want to rely on the true recurring revenues. The next slide, on slide 12, shows you the two major components of this recordation and transfer tax estimate, which is the average prices of homes over the last 20 years in comparison to the number of units that are sold. So as you can see in this graph, currently we've got the average prices have been slightly higher than what we had in the previous 2 fiscal years, but the number of units have been lower. So they cancel each other out. We're not going to see a large increase in our overall estimate for recordation and transfer taxes. Moving on to the expenditures for FY 19, I have a chart on page 14 that illustrates the expenditure categories as we appropriated them in the approved budget. The Board of Education gets a little more than half of the county's revenue sources, followed by the public safety units that are about 20% of our overall budget. Slide 15 gives you the Board of Education's county funding in the different categories of. There's a direct funding piece that many of you talk about. That's the line item detail that this board goes through from the superintendent for approval. Last year, we at the county funded $687.1 million of that request. But in addition to that direct funding, the county is also funding your debt service for the capital projects on school construction, which is $81.3 million. That $81.3 million is 58% of the county's overall debt service. Debt service, well, that is what we use to pay the principal and the interest on the money that we borrow in order to build the school construction, the major capital projects, both on the county side and the school side. We also fund through school health the nurse program that is administered by the health department at the county. That program is $14.1 million. Those are the nurses that are placed in the schools as well as in the administration. And then we have the school safety program, which are all the crossing guards that are funded through the police department, which is $5.5 million. So altogether, the funding that the county is providing for the Board of Education is $788 million, which is 51.5% of the overall county budget. Looking ahead, 2020. So preliminarily, we're just starting our budget process over on the county side. We're expecting a similar performance on the revenue side. Nothing is indicated very early on that we are going to exceed our revenue estimates by an exorbitant amount of money. We do think we will have our normal incremental increase of $40 to $50 million. But that $40 to $50 million only goes so far when you have non-discretional increases within your budget. And what I mean by those non-discretional increases are the things that we certainly just can't say no to. We've got to pay our debt service. So we have an additional $8.5 million of debt service on the new authority that we took out to do the current capital projects that we'll have to pay back in FY20. We also have our maintenance of effort requirement that legally we have to give to the Board of Education. We have benefits like pension, health care, and OPEB that have legal requirements to be funded. We have pay packages that we promised in FY19 to all employees, county employees, Board of Ed employees that have a second year impact. So for instance, on the county side, we give a merit. I get that merit on my anniversary date. The county's only paying for the portion of the year that I actually got my pay increase. The next year has to pick up the remainder of that. So my anniversary date's halfway through the year. It really only costs us half of my increase in year one. So next year I have to pay the second half of that pay package. And then in addition, we've got some union agreements that were 2-year agreements, mostly on the public safety side, that we have an obligation to pay that second year of the agreement. So all of those things already add up to $40 million. So it doesn't leave a lot of recurring money on the table for future years. And then we have all these uncertainties that right now our office has been struggling with. What is going to be the economic environment in FY20? You have a lot of economists that believe that we're headed into another recession. That's why it's so important to have our revenue reserve filled up and to make sure that we make smart decisions going forward. We also don't know what the federal government actions are. The taxes could change. The interest rates could change, all that have an effect on those 3 main revenue sources that the county brings in. We know very little on the county side about the Curran Commission and how that's going to affect the local jurisdiction's obligation. We know that there's money coming down. We know that the state doesn't have the money to fund the other half of that or the ratio of that, and that will fall on the county. We have nothing set aside right now to meet that need. So with all those unknowns and the uncertainty of the future, we try our best and we will keep being challenged. We're trying to balance the county's resources with all of the county's needs to best meet your needs and our needs without breaking the bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any board questions? Okay, Ms. Corkadell?
First, congratulations, Ms. Lays, on your appointment. I know you're going to do an outstanding job for the county. I just had one question at the very end on the economic environment. As it relates to our reserves, the amount of downturn that they're anticipating, are they anticipating equal to, greater than, or less than as of right now, knowing it's a moving target?
Okay, so right now the Revenue Reserve Fund has about $71 million in it. In FY19 or FY09 and 10, we drained the reserve fund by $32.5 million. Those are the same years that we furloughed employees and that we eliminated pretty much more than 50% of our vacancies. We started building back up that reserve in FY12 by putting $5 million increments into it until we got to where we are now. The intent of the previous administration, and I believe the current administration, is to continue to try to maximize that reserve so that we can put into it as much as we're legally required to put into it in preparation for the day that we need it. Now, we can only tap into reserves when revenues underperform what we anticipated and there's no other means of transfers. So we have a CAO contingency account that is also considered a reserve. That's where we put our day-to-day reserves. I don't know how much it's going to snow this year, so I don't put $10 million in DPW for anticipated reserve. I put it over here in the CAO contingency account, and therefore, when we do have snowstorms, if we have a bad winter, we transfer out of that account into the DPW account. This account only gets tapped into when we hit things like the recession and things like the recordation and transfer tax bottom falls out. We have an estimate in the budget of $100 million, but we only receive 70. That's when we would be able to tap into this and use it.
Okay. Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming out as we move forward. Next is public comment.
Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. A tone will sound when time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question-and-answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking, and handouts should be given to the board assistants. And so we will begin. I will call you up in groups of 5. Here we go. Rita Alvey, Sarah Davis, Adelia Davis, Hector Rodriguez, and Russell Leone. Go ahead, Rita.
All right. Good evening. My name is Rita Alvey, and I am a junior at Annapolis High School. However, today I would like to speak to you as a student in the International Baccalaureate program. My journey in this program began in the 5th grade, when I was selected as an out-of-area student to attend Annapolis Middle School. Although the trek from Crofton is difficult to this day, I'm grateful to have had this opportunity, as the program has allowed me to grow as both an individual and a member of my Anne Arundel County community. The core of IB lays in the values which are instilled in students through the rigorous curriculum, known as the learner profile traits, including risk-taker, open-minded, reflective, and many more. These traits unknowingly have become a part of my personality due to my participation in this program over the years. IB has allowed me to develop these skills in various ways, such as creating a children's exhibit for local libraries and elementary schools about the influence of minorities on U.S. history, as well as the opportunity to attend the IB World Conference, where I had the life-changing experience of meeting students from all over the globe. IB's greatest gift to me has been the classroom. This year, I began the IB Diploma program, where I realized the value of this gift. This gift is in my history classroom, where I am taught that history has many perspectives, while immersed in studying European influence on the Ottoman Empire. Or in my English classroom, where I'm free to discuss race relations as my teacher explains the power of rhetorical devices. It is even in my math class, where I'm taught to not simply memorize formulas, but rather ask questions based on the little I do know to solve often frightening problems. These daily experiences have not only encouraged me to give back to my school and local community by taking on various leadership roles, but prepared me to have the skills to thrive in them to fulfill this great social responsibility of which I am now aware. IB breeds lifelong leaders right here in Anne Arundel County. Therefore, I ask, not only does this program continue to have the means to succeed, but expand to benefit as many students just like me as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sarah Davis. I'm the mother of 5 children. We're a military family, and I'm also a person with a disability, as are my children. Today we are here to talk about my daughter, Adelia, who is here with me. Adelia has a range of diagnoses. She is a very unique child. She has autism and dyslexia, cerebral palsy, hypogenesis of the corpus callosum, Chiari malformation, hip dysplasia, and other challenges related to a genetic difference. A few weeks ago, she broke her wrist when she fell due to her cerebral palsy, because she also has some differences in her bone density. This afternoon, she showed me that she will be needing to go back to the GI because she's having a colic stool again. So she is a child with a range of challenges. And last week, Anne Arundel County Public School dismissed this child from an IEP. They denied her the legal protections and educational support that children with disabilities are entitled to receive. Before you, I've just passed out, is data, stacks of data that was ignored in making this decision. You'll see before you a neuropsychological evaluation from one of the best hospitals in the country. You also see before you a developmental pediatrician evaluation from a different best hospital in the country. And you will see letters from the various providers who work with her describing her challenges and her needs for supports. You also see before you an iReady report, which was done by Anne Arundel County Public Schools and shows that she is reading below the entry level for kindergarten, well, her pre-reading skills. And I ask you as Board of Ed members, if this child does not qualify for an IEP, who does? Why are teachers forced to choose between serving children as they came into this profession to do and maintaining their silence at IEP meetings in order to support the agendas of people above them? We need change for my child and for the many children in Anne Arundel County who are experiencing these barriers to appropriate supports. We need to take Anne Arundel County from number 18 funding special education in this day to number 1. Our children deserve nothing less. And we need to rely on the research that is out there, the tremendous research of which I've included one tiny piece showing that we need to identify our children early and we need to make sure that they're getting the supports in a timely way. We do not need to leave this child or any child's future up to chance, to the hope that maybe without the proper supports they still might just succeed, or maybe their parents will step in and pay for those supports. We need to make all really mean all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
My name's Adelia, and I have dyslexia, and I want to learn how to read. And please help me. And other kids just like me.
Thank you, Adelia. I want to share that the Special Education Citizens Advisory Committee is hosting a guest speaker on Thursday, February 7th on strategies for supporting children with dyslexia with Megan McGowan. She came last year as well. She's an excellent resource and an expert on dyslexia and dysgraphia. So I encourage all parents to come to the CCAC meeting on Thursday, February 7th. Ms. Schalheim.
I've heard stories like Sarah's and from many, many others while I was on the campaign trail, and I want to suggest that the policy committee start having a look at all policies related to IEPs and 504s. So on the record, I would like to start looking at that. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
How you doing, Mrs. Summer? My name's Hector Rodriguez. Members of the board, how you doing this evening? So forgive me in advance for not being in the proper attire, as well as my little note card here full of notes. But I didn't realize this was going on, and as a concerned parent, I rushed through the internet to try and find something where I could get my voice heard. Right now, my grievance is with Marley Elementary School and the Code of Conduct. My child, who is 10 years old, has had 8 violations that I could find in the Code of Conduct against him. I've been told by the principal that there is a contract of conduct that he and the other student can sign, but they are to remain in the same classroom. To me, this is not acceptable. Just to go down the list of just a few of these 8 incidents, we're talking about bullying, cyberbullying, sexual harassment, inappropriate use of social media, and then not to mention the fact that he was told that this child hopes that my child can die. That was lastly, and I can't find that in the Code of Conduct. I got to be honest. So as a military service member, I bought a house in Glen Burnie, and I didn't realize that I was going to encounter these types of things at this school. So I'm kind of just stuck at this moment. I asked if my son could get a transfer to an even closer school that we're just not zoned for, and I was told the superintendent would get back to me. Haven't heard anything back. I'm not sending my child to that school until I get a response that is appropriate. So I'm just looking for your guys' guidance as board members, and hopefully I can come to some type of just trying to figure this out for my kid.
Mr. Rodriguez, would you do me a favor and take a minute to meet with Dr. Lucarelli, our Associate Superintendent for School Performance, so she could talk directly about your concerns?
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Ms. Schalheim.
Dr. Arlotto, what is the general policy when things like this happen between children in class and it's an ongoing problem? Do we commonly then separate those two individuals to protect the safety of both children?
That's a really wide-ranging question,
I know.
because it's all very dependent on the situation and the children and their histories and their needs. And so every situation is different, but we absolutely have processes and procedures and protocols that we follow for the safety of each of those children. If it is determined that it is bullying, or maybe it's just a one-time event where the students had a negative encounter, but it wasn't bullying per se, but it was a negative encounter, those would and should have consequences, and then we try and bring some resolution to it. How can we resolve this for the students? Our first focus is to keep all students in school. Right? It's not to remove them from school and exclude them from school. Our first focus is how to keep them in school, all students. And sometimes we want to try and bring the students and so they can work out their differences. And that's the reason we've really gone to restorative practices and restorative justice, where a student can make an apology if they've offended a person or offended others in a classroom or in a school. Each one of those doesn't work in every single case. I'm giving you sort of a range of some of the tools that we use to get students to encounter each other well.
Thank you for that. I don't think it would be appropriate to discuss the follow-up to this particular case in open session, but I would like to request that we remain apprised of this particular situation so we can determine resolution.
Okay, I can't guarantee that. Because I just don't know anything about the case.
No, I know, but
and so if there are things that come forward where then there are appeals made and it's got to come to the board, I can't give you information in front of that could keep you from then having to recuse yourself from making a decision. Typically, I would say, sure, I'd love to update you. I just don't know anything about this case in particular. I've not been contacted about this case in particular, but I'm getting ready to find out more.
Oh, yeah, he said he is following
I'm
on what
telling
he
you,
was
I've
saying.
not been contacted about this case, and now I've got somebody that's going to follow up.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Antoine.
So Mr. Rodriguez made a final statement that he is not sending his child back to school, which puts him in an immediate position of truancy. Does this is for Dr. Arlotto, when parents have made that type of decision for what they perceive as the safety of their students, are they allowed to do makeup work and get more support so that they won't be in a situation of truancy?
I can't change the truancy part, but we can work with the parent to try and bring the student back into school, or create, if there's some sort of medical documentation, where we can get home and hospital services, so we can continue to get work. But I can't change the truancy. The student is either in school or not in school. It's kind of state law. But we want to work, every case is different. We want to work with the parent to find a way to we'd send a PPW out, social worker, counselor. Can we sit down and talk? Can we bring the parent in? Can we get the student to re-engage back in school? We want, again, as I said earlier, we want the students in school. That's what we want. That's where they're going to be most successful.
Mr. Leone.
Good evening, President Hummer, Vice President Gilliland, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. I know the last couple of times I've met before you, I haven't actually greeted you. I had so much to say. But tonight I want to bring some good news from schools. And I want to also thank you for the times that you've been listening to our teachers over the past few months. We really do appreciate it. But you know, we are all about our students too. And so in the past couple of weeks, I've had an opportunity to go out to some schools, and I want to just highlight a couple of them myself. I love that you guys do that, and I wanted to do that as well. So first of all, I wanted to acknowledge Mary Moss Academy. They invited me out. Their students were working on a great PBL projects between grade levels. They're working through the lens of social justice to improve their communities. So they're developing a recycling program for their school. Another grade is working on honoring the namesakes of their academy. And the final grade is working on actually designing and building a boat ramp so that they can use that to launch canoes from behind their schools. And I had a chance to go out, and they had presentations and models, and it was great to see them working together and doing these presentations to people they didn't know coming in. Another school that I got a chance to visit was a school I used to teach in, Severna Park Elementary, and Mrs. Hayes there invited me into her class to work with students on writing. And these fifth graders are working on argumentative writing. The really neat thing is they're also considering counter arguments. So it's really great to see them balancing those point of views and saying, I got my argument, but what's somebody going to come back at me with before they even come back at me? And so that's great that they're really showing that kind of critical thinking as they're developing their writing. And then today, I had a chance to visit at Edgewater Elementary, and they had a 2-day Read With Me program, and I know there are some members here in the audience that were also guest readers, and that was an incredible school-wide event that they were fostering that love of reading. And I know even as I walked down the hall, some people are saying, we got to read to a service dog today. And that's just great to see that these kids are really engaged. And I applaud the teachers that are working with them, the administration that are allowing these programs. And I wanted to just recognize that this evening. So thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Russell. I know you enjoyed getting back in schools. All right, our next group, Erin Snell, Janet Norman, Corinne Frank, and India Oaks.
Good evening, Dr. Arlotto, President Hummer, members of the board. Thank you for your service and all that you do for our students and our community. I wanted to speak tonight as a parent and also as the president of the Hillsmere Elementary PTA. We're here tonight to just speak in support of Dr. Arlotto and his team putting the Hillsmere feasibility study in the budget. We're very excited about that. I have sat in many times in classrooms in the summer, beginning of the school year, and I can't really hear the teacher over the buzz of the air conditioning units. And so just that by itself, having a new school where we could hear, the students can hear more easily will be a huge benefit to our kids, as well as having a gym that might be separate than the cafeteria. So we're very excited and just wanted to express our support for that. Just as a parent myself, I wanted to just weigh in on the budget, and I wanted to thank Dr. Arlotto and his team and just express my support to the board for the additional teachers, the additional special ed teachers, language acquisition teachers, and just wanting to remind, as I know you know, about the mental health supports, and just wishing that there were more mental health providers for our students, and worried about the kids in trauma, as you know, in our school systems. I also wanted to just highlight too the work that the school system is doing related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, the new course that is being looked at tonight, as well as other efforts to have kids and teachers reflecting on implicit bias. And so I just wanted to thank you for that work as well. So thank you for remembering Hillsmere and for all of your work.
Thank you, Ms. Snell. Ms. Norman.
Good evening. Janet Norman, Annapolis High parent and parent of a graduate. I've learned quite a lot from the military veterans in my life. As the granddaughter, daughter, spouse, and mother of veterans, they've learned in their military leadership training a valuable lesson from von Bismarck. A bad plan that is well executed will yield much better results than a good plan that's poorly executed. I ask you to keep this in mind as you oversee AACPS implementation. Good intentions will not make something succeed. Accountability and proper planning will. This past Tuesday, bus 119 was stopped dead in the middle of Forest Drive at 7 a.m. with emergency responders tending to it. Had that bus had additional children to pick up who were waiting for a bus that would not show up in 20-degree weather, those kids would never know. They would continue standing there. Had that bus not started in the cold weather or been in an accident, those kids in the 20-degree weather would never know, nor would their parents. I urge you to add into the budget the Where's My Bus app that PG County uses that all our residents and children deserve. It's the well-executed part of the transportation picture that you need to attend to and oversee and require this from the administration. it's hopefully a step toward safer and healthier hours and transportation for all of our students. In addition, on the short notice 2-hour delayed opening day, suddenly my high school child, who's driven to school in the morning in order to get 20 minutes more sleep and takes the bus home in the afternoon, could not find what time his bus pickup information was for his stop that was being delayed by 2 hours, because you've removed that from the AACPS website. You're requiring that parents somehow call in to the and try and reach a transportation specialist to find out bus pickup information. You're asking for another body in the transportation department, which is almost entirely run by pick up a phone during business hours and try to reach someone. This is not an efficient means of operation. You should not be spending the money on a body, as every business around the country is showing you that they provide information on the website. They provide it 20 different ways for you to find multimodal information. You don't have it remaining in phone call someone and see if you can reach them in any timely fashion. That's just not efficient. I would also ask you to better publicize the address for your email addresses. Apparently the address boardoffice@aacps.org reaches all of you efficiently, but you would never find that because it's not on the AACPS website. Neither is Dr. Arlotto's address on the website that you can find within 5 minutes. Okay. So I'd ask you to attend to that for better transportation and other features. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. Ms. Frank.
Good evening, members of the board. I am here again tonight to advocate for the reversal of the late school start times. I know that this is not something that would be a quick or easy process, but I still urge the board to reconsider whether or not we are getting what we hoped when we started this program. Let me make one thing clear. I am not a morning person. I like to push the snooze button as many times as possible during the morning, and part of me cringes as I stand up here and ask you to make my morning earlier. But I do make this request out of an interest in part for my children's safety, as the evening can be dark and create dangerous conditions, and also in part because I believe that playtime for young students should be prioritized over the 13 minutes of sleep for teenagers. Many studies cite a required minimum of 1 hour of playtime for young children. If anyone would like that information, I would be happy to send it, but I would imagine you're all pretty up to speed on that. It is generally accepted and understood that children require this time. Recently, a parent reached out to me and I was made aware that AACPS does not prohibit teachers from using reduced playtime as a disciplinary measure and that her child was recently denied part of his recess. I do want to thank President Hummer. She reached out to me on Facebook and it was very unexpected, but welcome. She provided some of the policy that I was able to look through. AACPS does discourage this disciplinary tactic, and I was provided with 60 other alternatives, but the practice is still allowed. I would very strongly advocate for the removal of this policy. I understand that discipline is important, and I am tough on my kids. I was partially raised by grandparents who lived through the Great Depression, and some of their sayings and practices definitely carry over into my own parenting. I am especially close to my grandmother, but growing up, my siblings and I learned, you do not mess with mom. I do not deny my children food. I do not deny them clothing to correct their behavior, and playtime is also a necessity. If students were provided with over an hour of playtime during school hours and some of that time was restricted, I would support that decision. But students have only 25 minutes of playtime. 25 is not even half of what is needed and necessary. And to my first point, when these students arrive home for the most of the year, they do not have any other opportunity to play outside. I would really, really strongly urge you to consider looking at this harmful policy and consider reversing it. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Ms. Ellis.
Ms. Frank, thank you. Sorry. Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm aware of the research on playtime, and I
figured you would be.
Yeah, it's a big concern. I don't know if you're aware, there's also a lot of research on the requirement of sleep.
Yes.
So what you're advocating for is healthy playtime for students, correct?
Yes.
So impacting school hours for other students doesn't necessarily have to be the only solution.
No, if you could provide that hour, I would certainly be a lot more malleable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Schulheim.
Hi there. Thank you so much for your testimony. What time does your children's school currently start?
We are allowed to start drop-off at 9:20, and I believe it starts at 9:30 or 9:35.
So it's a late starting elementary school
and
that we're
there's
talking about?
one other elementary school that starts after us.
Okay.
So we're the
yes.
second latest in
Yeah,
the county.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, I've already been on record many times as saying I agree with this very
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
The increased playtime as well.
I would really appreciate if you guys could look into that.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Oaks.
No? More? No? Okay.
Good evening. India Oaks, Casimir Elementary. I just want to first say thank you to all of you, both new and old. It has always been a pleasure being at these meetings, but the questions and discussions you have all raised the last 8 weeks has motivated me even more to look past just my own school or cluster at the larger picture of our school system, which brings me to an area I feel is very impactful and full transparency to the public, and that is the board meeting minutes. Thank you to whoever posted the minutes from the December 5th meeting online today, but I also want to point out that I had been looking for those minutes for weeks, including yesterday, and yet took 35 days after they were approved to be posted online. More importantly, Board Policy, BCF, states that board meeting minutes must be accurate, and a review of the last 2 posted are anything but accurate. Minutes from both the December 5th and December 19th meetings are marked as unapproved, and the December 19th meeting minutes are still showing track changes. Both sets of minutes also have left off multiple names of people who provided public comment on agenda items, and yet included names of people who signed up to speak but did not actually provide any public comment. Of equal importance, at least as of 2 o'clock this afternoon, the December 19th meeting minutes do not have a summary of the closed sessions that occurred before and after the open session. And while I know minutes are not meant to include every sentence uttered, the December 5th minutes left out a very important statement that President Hummer made, stressing the need for the board to be fully transparent, which I think would boost public confidence in the board by those reading the minutes. These things may seem of small significance, but as someone who has been on boards of many nonprofits, I know firsthand how much the accuracy of minutes can have in communicating with the public, and that is even more important when a public school system is involved. Please take steps to ensure all minutes are accurate and posted in a reasonable time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oaks. We'll look into that. All right. So next, item 4.01 and 4.02 are consent items, award of contracts. Do I have a motion to bundle these items? Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Connolly, call the roll.
Mr. Gilliland?
To bundle.
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the contracts listed on today's agenda, 4.01 and 4.02.
I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Are there any board questions or comments on these items? Is there any public comment on these items? All right. Ms. Connolly, please call the roll.
Mr. Gilliland? Ms. Shawheim? Aye. Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Brannan? Aye. Ms. Corkadell? Aye. Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0, one absent.
All right. Item 5.01 is superintendent is, oh, I'm sorry, wait. Am I going the right place? Okay, I have the right page in front of me. Okay, sorry. Superintendent's recommendation on redistricting. In accordance with Board of Education Policy JAA and Administration Regulation JAA-RA, the superintendent is required to submit to the board his recommendations for redistricting. The board, pursuant to Policy JAA and Administrative Regulation JAA-RA, will review the superintendent's recommendation along with any board member proposals and determine which options will go forward to a public hearing on redistricting. I want to stress again that this is not a discussion today about which redistricting plan will be adopted. This is a discussion about which plans will move forward to public hearing for additional input from the public. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I'm recommending to the board redistricting the Crofton area high school attendance boundaries and subsequent changes to portions of the Arundel and South River feeder systems attached, as you see attached in your documents.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A second? Okay. All right. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I'm going to try to explain this. Bear with me a little bit. We just had a workshop last night to be fully informed. And first of all, I want to thank everyone who was here to inform us. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Thank you, AACPS staff, Mr. Boniface. That was a very valuable workshop for us to gain a lot of information on this whole process and how we got to where we are now. So I would like to propose sort of bundling 4 options. What I don't want to do is vote on which options to put forward individually, because I don't think it's our position tonight to choose our favorites. So here's what I propose, and I want to explain why. I would like to propose putting through Dr. Arlotto's recommendation for public hearing. I would like to put forward, do we have slides? Sorry. They're all separate. Okay. That's fine. I just want everyone to understand what it is I'm suggesting or proposing. So first would be the superintendent's recommended redistricting, which is, if anyone's familiar with the redistricting committee's work, it was, I believe, option 4 from the, I got that right, yeah. Option 4 with some tweaks, the timing, yeah, there were some adjustments by Dr. Arlotto. I would like to also put through for public hearing option 4LJ that came out of the committee with, it's been slightly revised with similar revisions having to do with the timing. It wouldn't take place until 2020, and it also would stipulate that, excuse me, that the some of the communities that would go to Crofton schools, this would change once we, whenever that would be, would get a new elementary school on the west side of Route 3. Another option I would like to put forward is, I believe it was, sorry, I should have, Group 1, Option 1. And I'm going to go back in a moment to explain why I included each of these. But that was also an option that was explored by the redistricting committee. And a fourth option I would like to explore and put forward for a public hearing is to expand the scope of redistricting to include all of the Arundel feeder schools. And now I'm going to go back and explain why. So Dr. Arlotto's proposal, that absolutely, I believe, should be go for public hearing. I think we need to hear input from the community of why they support or oppose that option. This is the option that largely came out of the work of the committee. This is what was recommended by the committee. And I know that that committee worked very hard to get to that point. The reason I am proposing to include option 4LJ is because a couple of reasons, but one of them is it was the first option that had the most support when they went through their process. So there was definitely a lot of support for it. And when all was said and done and the committee came down to choosing between two plans, the votes ended up going basically along community lines, where Crofton communities voted for option 4 and communities that are from Odenton voted for option 4LJ. And since all of these communities are impacted, I think we should put them both through for public hearing. The reason I would like to include the third option, option 1, group 1, is because I have heard from various people involved who were on the committee and other parents who were involved in the process that this option seemed viable to many people. And I've actually heard support from both people in Crofton and Odenton. So I want to explore, I want to put it to public hearing to hear if this may possibly be some sort of a compromise that maybe would work better for everyone. And then finally, the reason I want to explore expanding the scope of the redistricting is because something I've heard from numerous members of the community, even back when I was a candidate for office, was there was a concern that these other schools, that their families will be impacted by the redistricting, that because their kids are going to be going to Arundel Middle School and Arundel High School, so they are impacted, that they couldn't be at the table. And so I want to suggest that if they would like to give their input, that they should be at the table, and that we could potentially look at a wider redistricting. If do we have the slide of the current boundaries for the Arundel feeder? Mm-hmm. So if you look at the current Arundel feeder and you look at the boundary lines, there's a big concern among members of the Odenton community that option 4, the superintendent's recommendation, is going to put an excessive number of students over onto the west side and into the Arundel feeder. And there's concerns about overcrowding Arundel Middle School. And there's a big concern from members of the communities, the new communities that are being proposed to be moved over to Piney Orchard Elementary. And the concern for them largely is taking a road that is, first of all, traveling a farther distance to their elementary school. But the bus is also taking a road that frequently floods, and if that were to happen, their students would then have to go over our east to Route 3 and up and all the way over to Piney Orchard. So if you look at these boundary lines, you can see that there's communities right next to Piney Orchard Elementary School. And as a matter of fact, I believe they used to go to Piney Orchard Elementary School until a redistricting a few years ago. And again, when I was a candidate and I met members of those communities, that was a concern of theirs. They purchased property there to go to Piney Orchard Elementary School, and now they don't. I also look at the boundary lines and I see that Wall Chapel Elementary has communities, it's basically in their backyard, but they're going to Four Seasons. So I see some opportunity, some potential if the community is, if they would like to see this happen, I think we should hear about it. I see some potential where families could be moved back to Piney Orchard Elementary and then opening space in Wild Chapel Elementary. Families from Four Seasons could potentially then move to Wild Chapel, and then we have a school. Four Seasons will be much closer and hopefully much more agreeable to some of those new community members that would not have to go up and around all of those schools to get to Piney Orchard Elementary. So for that reason, I say we put together these 4 plans, put them out there for the community input, and that will inform our decision, I believe. It has also been suggested that perhaps we could grandfather in members of, 1038 B and C to be able to continue to go to Crofton schools, only those who are already attending them, which would not be a large number of students. They would go to schools in Crofton, but the suggestion was that they would end up at Arundel High School because that's where they would go now. So there's several options here to put forward, and I think we should put them all forward so that the community can give their input.
I second you.
Ms. Urea.
I should have a question, Ms. Ellis, because I'm for taking more plans than one to get more feedback on more than one plan, since more than one community is affected. But I'm just wondering, I know you don't have the software, but did you create something that shows the different boundaries? Just because I know that from feedback at our redistricting workshop, we have to be very specific on what we're saying, so that, because if there's any discrepancy.
My 4th option is not for me to propose exactly where those lines would go right now, but is to propose expanding the scope, because they were not at the table for this process. So that is my 4th option.
Dr. Arlotto.
Well, as the board will continue this conversation and debate, I want to share a couple things. First is I want to remind the board that the purpose of the redistricting that took place was to create attendance boundaries for a school that doesn't exist. It was not to balance out the schools in the Arundel feeder system. It was not to balance out the enrollments. While that will be an important something to think about for the future, I want to remind the board that the purpose of the redistricting was to create attendance boundaries for the new Crofton Area High School that doesn't yet exist. That was the primary purpose. Regarding your suggestions, I think whatever the board decides to bring forward for public input and public hearing, I think is great. Your 4th option is not a plan. And the current regulatory language says that the board must vote to bring forward an actionable plan. And right now, you have a concept. Awesome. But you can't bring a concept forward to the public because we can't explain it, right? It doesn't exist yet. And so that's where we are right now. I did have a conversation with your board attorney earlier to make sure that I understood this correctly, but you can't suggest a thought or a concept. It has to be a plan that's actionable, because we, the team, are going to have to go out to the public and explain it. and we want to explain it exactly the way you envisioned it and the way you planned for it. And right now there isn't a plan. So I just want to let you know that the first three that you offered, great, you can take any and all those forward, but I don't believe, based on regulatory language, that you can take forward a thought or a concept of what it might look like. We have to take forward, you have to vote on a plan that's actionable.
Mr. Granin.
I had initially pushed my button to say one thing, so I'm going to save that for the second part. I guess I'll just briefly say in response to Dr. Arlotto's comments, I guess it's really up to the other board members to determine whether Ms. Ellis's item number 4 is sufficiently articulate to take forward, and it's not up to him to decide that. As to the other items that Ms. Ellis put forward, I just make it abundantly clear, I would like to offer a friendly amendment so it's very clear that there would be a 5th option added to the 4 that you proposed, and the 5th option would be, and this is again a 5th option to take forward to public hearing, that the existing students in 1038B and C, which I believe number 85, that those families would have the choice to keep their kids in Crofton or to send them to Piney Orchard, and it would be up to them. Either way, those students would still end up in Arundel High School. So that should be captured in the minutes. That's exactly what the 5th option is.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, I didn't articulate that the way I wanted to. Thank you.
Dr. Arlotto.
Mr. Grant, I want to be abundantly clear that the concept here is that we have to take this out there will be a public meeting of which our staff will answer questions of the public of each and any of the options that have been plans that have been moved forward by this board, so they have the most information, they're able to ask questions of the staff, and then they can bring their concerns or thoughts or support to the board during the public hearing. And so I want to make sure that my staff can explain exactly what it is the board wants or that Ms. Ellis has in mind. Right now, there isn't a plan that we can explain and explain well for the public, and we owe them that. And so I want you to be very, very clear. That's my concern, is it's not an actual plan that we can explain. I also want to share and remind that if this is something the board wants to do and look to balance out the elementary schools, then go to redistricting. You could certainly suggest that we go through a redistricting process, go through the board policy and regulatory language, and look to redistrict all the elementary schools to balance them out. Remember, that's what we did. Well, this current board wasn't part of that, but we did that with the Annapolis cluster. We went through a redistricting process to balance out the 2 middle schools and settle the elementary schools over a couple-year period to balance them out. So if that's something the board wants to do, you could certainly move forward with. I would like to, or the board would like to, go through the redistricting of the Arundel elementary schools for balancing sake.
Okay. I have it.
Wait, it's next to Ms. Antoine.
So your option 4 is to expand utilizing all of the feeder schools for Arundel?
Yes. So yes, that is my 4th option that I'm proposing. This does involve creating the Crofton boundaries because we have a situation, and it has been said, I don't know how many times by members of the committee, by AECPS staff, that we don't have an ideal plan, that there's problems with all of the current plans before us. And while I don't believe that we could have a perfect plan, I believe if we were to expand the scope of the redistricting, we could have a better plan. And that is something, again, I would want community input to see if they would like to see that. But so to the point that the purpose of this redistricting is to create Crofton boundaries, we have communities on the west side of Route 3, on the south part of the school district, that are in all of the plans in what they feel is a very bad situation to have to take Patuxent is it Parkway Road, Patuxent Parkway, to Piney Orchard Elementary School, there will be times where their bus will not be able to take that route, and they are suddenly going to have an extremely long commute to go east to Route 3, up Route 3, past all of these other elementary schools in Odenton to get to Piney Orchard. This could be a win-win for many communities. It could put Piney Orchard communities back in Piney Orchard Elementary School. It could put families that are right near Wild Chapel Elementary, right next. I mean, I'm sure the students could walk there. They could probably see the school from their house. And then the whole purpose of this, though, is to create a better situation for the community to the south that are very, very concerned about having to make that trek to Piney Orchard Elementary.
Okay, so the reason I asked the question was because Dr. Lotto, earlier on you said you went to our board council and got an explanation on option 4. So I was wondering if council could just share that explanation with us on the record, please.
Pardon my antiquated technology. This is the laptop I have. President Hummer, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board, Dr. Arlotto is correct in that he did ask me to be prepared in case that anyone did bring forward any options that were in any way touching on the regulation or policy that he alluded to. And in fact, I think there would be some concern with respect to option 4 of the 5 that have been discussed, in that your regulations, which are your rules that are out in the public that you are supposed to follow, and we've had this dialogue before about the Accardi Doctrine and other things that apply, that the public has an expectation that you'll follow your rules and regulations, and I think it's my job to not only guide you with that, but also help prevent perhaps the risk of litigation down the road. And redistricting is a fertile ground for litigation, and one of the biggest missteps pointed out by the state board and the courts is failure to follow your published regulations. I just point out to you that the concern I would have with 4, as I understand it, moving forward now as part of your proposal in this redistricting cycle versus as a future redistricting idea, is that you have to have by January 30th what schools are being redistricted under your proposed plan or plans that go forward. What I mean by that is not the ones you're choosing finally, but what the plan is. And I'm reading from your rules. At the meeting when the superintendent presents a recommendation, or any meeting thereafter, but before the end of January, the board may propose that a school or schools be redistricted. So in your options 1 through 3, and I believe in option 5, we have specific information, detailed information about if you approve them after the hearing process, what would be redistricted. I don't believe in option 4, unless I'm mishearing it, that the specific school boundaries and school redistricting are out there yet in the public. And if that's the case, then you would not be in compliance with the rule. It goes on, though. There's 2 references.
Point of information, isn't that January deadline if we're talking about the fall? Not if we're talking about fall of next year.
Oh, no, yeah, I'm referring to your process you're in right now for what you are planning to bring to hearing by the end of this January.
But that January is if these changes would be implemented this fall, not fall of next year.
One of the
Fall of
the policy.
No,
that's a question.
No, I think I hear what you're asking. The way your rules are set up is you go through a process that's based on the superintendent recommending redistricting. So, for example, if this fall Dr. Arlotto had recommended nothing, it just happened to be a year where there was nothing on the table, you wouldn't even be in this process because your rules require a recommendation for redistricting from the superintendent. That triggers the entire process by which you had a committee. It involves detailed, actual required participation on the committee, and it's based on this published recommendation of what you're trying to do. And I think Dr. Lott alluded to it. It's to set the boundaries for a new high school. That's the process you're in now. That's the only thing I'm talking about. That process has a January 30th deadline by which your plans for redistricting schools have to be put out to hearing. There's a briefing and then a hearing, right? And then you have your April deadline. What I'm letting you know is, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm letting you know that your rules say in 2 different places that by the end of January, you must put out for hearing plan or plans that say what schools will be redistricted. So what the reason I'm giving you the guidance, Ms. Antoine's asked me to come up here, is that if option 4 before January 30th does not say these schools ought to be considered for redistricting, right, then they would fall short of the mark in here.
So that's all I have to do is add the names of the schools in your opinion from what you're sharing.
What I'm saying is your language that you have to follow is, and I'm not counting revisions that come after the briefing up until April. I'm simply saying that your end of January deadline, okay, is that for it to be considered, you have to state what schools will be redistricted. Now, again, you have options, but each option, as I understood it up to now, the options 1 through 3, and I believe, as Mr. Grandin posed, option 5, they state what schools would do what. They're detailed enough. I mean, that's the best way to put it. The detail is there, and if that's what I think Dr. Arlotto was saying is the detail's lacking on option 4, not to say you could not seek that as part of next fall's cycle, should there be a recommendation.
But if I changed option 4 to specifically say we would look at redistricting all of the schools in the Arundel feeder. And yeah, I mean, I could list them right now. I could name them if that's necessary.
Right.
But I'm just asking, would that suffice?
The only 2 concerns that would remain from that would be whether or not the board feels that the boundaries, you're saying the schools be redistricted. In the plans that are before you, 1 through 3, it's not just these schools will be redistricted. It's exactly what will happen with those boundaries.
Right.
So if you were to do that with 4, then I think you would be in that level the same as other 3. Your second piece, though, I still would have a concern as council in that none of those suggestions had gone to your committee. And that committee had a charge for this fall's cycle that took you to this point in time. And I would simply say, I would caution.
Okay, maybe there will be someone testifying tonight. I don't know. I have been told that it was brought up among the committee, but it was not given to them by the superintendent to be able to consider those other schools. The board, if other members of the board are with me, could determine that the scope of the redistricting was too narrow for our committee. That's my concern.
And it would not be my place to advise you until you get there whether or not I think it meets your regulatory requirements. My caution to you is that it appears that there's a difference between 4's plan, or whatever you want to call it, and options 1 through 3 as plans.
But if 4 is not actually acted on and adopted by the board after some future public hearing, then isn't any legal infirmity to its lack of specificity just moot? If that's not something we actually do, then it doesn't matter and no one can challenge it.
No, and I'm referring to whether or not the issue is can that be put forward as a board redistricting plan for hearing as of April 30th? And my concern would be is if you put option 4 forward as a plan, I believe as it sits today, it doesn't match the others with the specificity your regulation requires. That's not to say that as you develop, let's just say you put the other 3 forward, or the 4 out of 5 forward for hearing. As part of that hearing, could you incorporate your concerns about whatever the concerns are in 4? Sure, that might be part of what informs what you do. But my concern is this is what Dr. Arlotto's point was, it's not a plan. And the plans are what you're supposed to put forward by January 30th. We're sitting here January 23rd. I'm just talking about what's there right now.
Where does it say that it has to be specific in the regulation?
Everybody's out of order. Please wait to be called on. Ms. Schulholm.
Where does it say in the regulation that it has to be a specific plan? Because I'm not seeing it in the regulation. Can you refer to like the page number
Yes.
and
And for the record, I
Yes.
apologize if I did. I'm referring to regulation JAA-RA, all right? And under D2, and again, you have to read all this stuff together at some point, but for now, we'll parse it, and I'll say that it starts off with the board, having received the recommendation of the superintendent, shall establish schools and determine the attendance boundaries of all schools. Number 2, it sets forth the time frame. At the meeting when the superintendent presents a recommendation, or at any meeting thereafter, but before the end of January, the board may propose that a school or schools be redistricted.
Right, it doesn't
All right,
say
and
specifically.
again, when I say plan, what I mean is the schools identified for redistricting. That's all I've said. Okay. And then it says the board shall review the superintendent's recommendation and any board member's proposals and determine no later than the end of January in each school year, so actually it's January 31st, that such board action is to be considered which schools, parentheses, S, close parentheses, which schools shall go forward to public hearing for school redistricting. So again, I don't want to overstate what I'm saying. As long as schools are identified for redistricting, each and every one that would be affected, like I believe they are in options 1 through 3, and I think to some extent through reference at 5, then it may be that they pass muster. And I'm not going to be predictive. I'm cautioning that that's the requirement.
Mr. Lott.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. My concern with option 4 as presented by my colleague is that all the other options are the result of weeks and weeks and weeks of debate and research and back and forth amongst our parents, the representatives of the communities and the schools involved. And it took them all fall to come up with the recommendations that they put together, voted on, and then determined which one to bring forward to the superintendent. And I don't see, how in a shorter amount of time that we can do what is just by the folks that we're throwing into this process this late in the game, and to think that it's going to be as detailed and as deliberative a process as it was then. And I also think it sends a tremendous negative message to our parents and the citizens who have worked in cooperation with each other despite differences, despite disagreements, to come to a very difficult position. And so I just would not be able to support something like option 4. There's not enough meat on that bone to know what it means. Just identifying the schools doesn't let Mrs. Jones know that perhaps her kids are now going to go to Four Seasons instead of Watch Apple. I mean, we don't do that in a matter of days or in a matter of just a couple weeks. You do that in a very deliberative and plotting way to ensure everything comes to the surface. So that's just how I look at it.
Ms. Corkadell.
Two things. First, I have a point of clarification. Mr. Grannon had mentioned the option to delay, and I heard that last night at the work session too, that we're not compelled. However, my understanding of Reed, and maybe this question is not for Mr. Burns, but for staff, my understanding is one of these options that we are putting forward does have a compel to initiate the redistricting of some of the elementary schools to take effect prior to the opening of Crofton High School. Is that correct in my understanding? Or could I get a clarification from staff on that, please?
It is my understanding that the superintendent's recommendation eliminates any effective redistricting actions effective September 1 of 2019. All the superintendent's proposals would be effective September 1 of 2020.
I'm talking about the LJ4 and Group 1.
I'm going through those in detail.
Okay.
Option 2, modified or revised, I think version 2 revised. I believe there's a clarification in there that makes all the effective dates, and I'm scanning through it here pretty quickly, it makes all the effective dates also a September of 2020 implementation, not a September of 2019. You are correct. In an earlier iteration of this, option 2 had that. The third option, which is option 1, version 1, or whatever that is, that still has a 2019 implementation element to it. And option 4, I can't answer because I don't have enough information to answer that. And option 5 would need some clarification of both the effective date and later in the discussions, just to make sure we captured Mr. Grannon's sentiments fully. It's my opinion that option 5 should be expanded upon to also designate what your intentions are for the middle schools. So if we can get an effective date relative to Mr. Grannon's option and his intentions for the middle schools, then I think option 5 would be clarified as well.
So, Mr. Burns, then, because based on process of our procedures, taking option number 3 as cited on there, which is the Group 1 Option 1 plan to public hearing, then compels us to the confinement of our timeline, absolutely, in doing so, if we're to follow our policies and procedures. Because if they're counting on redistricting occurring in the fall of 19, then we would have to complete our cycle as scheduled.
Now I get your question. Yeah, if you're talking about your completion date of April 30th for something happening in the fall, I think that's the best read.
Okay. Thank you very much for your clarification.
If I could clarify one thing, the option 2, which is the LG version 2, that is not what the committee had looked at. There were modifications that were put together with, the minority member, I think five people that basically came forward. They moved one of the neighborhoods, 1038A, to a different school. So again, the committee itself, the 18 people, never saw this modified version. I just want to be clear on that.
So then I would suggest, if we're putting all of them on the table, that we would include the original option 4LJ and not just the version 2, if we're going to shake out what truly Ms. Ellis's intent is. So, I would want to add that, please.
So I just want to throw right now, we do have a motion on the table to vote on all of these at one time, and I want to state that I believe that there's enough discussion on these and enough public input that we know that we have from the community that each of these be considered as a separate motion to be voted on, because I think that the public will want to speak on them separately. So I'm just saying that if it moves forward to vote, I'm going to vote against it because I believe each one should be voted on separately and not as a group of all 5. Mr. Granite.
Okay. I've got a question of Mr. Burns, and then I've got 2 comments. So I'm going to say 3 things. My question of Mr. Burns is, what is the consequence if the board were to send forward Ms. Ellis's option 4 and just assume that it was determined to be legally insufficiently detailed? Okay. And I'm going to ask a question as a part of my question. Wouldn't it just be that that option falls away and that's not one that we can act on? It wouldn't be that sending one indefinite portion of 5 parts somehow taints the whole process.
Again, just like I caution being too predictive, I caution forecasting for those who may want to challenge your decisions before you've even had a chance to make them. I don't want to give too much of a blueprint, but I will say this. One thing you have to be concerned about is any action you take, that you move, approve, and vote on, becomes a board action subject to appeal. And so, for instance, you could conceive of a situation where you're trying to move forward with some sort of redistricting plan or plans to hearing, and between now and April 30th, because you've moved forward something that somebody thinks you shouldn't have moved forward, they file an appeal. That's one possibility. Second possibility would be that you eventually get to the place where you adopt a redistricting plan that somehow, some way, again, not being predictive, incorporates option 4 as it currently stands. Could that be poisonous to the entire redistricting plan you adopt? I don't know. Would I take that position? Probably not. But that doesn't mean somebody else wouldn't.
Okay. So in response to that, and I'm still going to make my other 2 comments, in response to that, I just want you to know, Ms. Ellis, that I was supportive of your prerogative as a board member to put forward option 4, frankly, without interference from the administration in this meeting. I don't think that was appropriate, and have it be determined later on at some time. If there's something wrong with that, that's fine. But I don't think you should have to debate on this dais here with the superintendent over whether you want to put something forward. So that's why I was doing that. I am not supportive, and I will not vote for, in the end, something that broadens the scope of redistricting. And I think, based on Mr. Leib's comments, that's 2 right there. So you might see that there's not going to be enough support for that. Now, the third thing I'm going to say, and then I'll be finished, is to clarify for option 5 is, if I can read that. So families of existing students in neighborhoods 1038B and 1038C would have the choice between staying at Crofton Elementary School or move to Piney Orchard Elementary School, comma, and then attend the applicable middle school for that elementary school. I think that clarifies everything with that.
And you have the date issue. And the date issue.
I mean, if they know that they want their kid to go to, they know they want their child to move to Piney Orchard, why shouldn't they be able to do that as soon as possible? So,
I think the question's going to be is, it's when they own the house, do they have children registered? Are you going to look at?
I'm talking about the existing 85 students.
But effective when? If I'm buying a house today, would I be part of that, or would it be after April 30th? You got to pick a day that it's effective. Of the students that would actually live there, we have to be able to define that.
Yeah, January 23rd. I'm not talking about people in the future. I'm talking about people whose kids are in school now. I don't want them taken out of school unnecessarily.
I would just suggest that you actually put effective January 3rd students that are registered, just to be clear. I think it would be easier at least for us to tell the public what.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
Okay, I have several things I want to say or ask. First of all, I keep forgetting, but can I request that we put our redistricting policy to the policy committee to revisit that?
That's noted.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, I've scratched all over my paper. The idea, first of all, that we would go through with current options and then be able to go through another redistricting request, that is doing it piecemeal, and I think that could very negatively impact families, creating multiple redistrictings in a very short amount of time, and I'm trying to avoid that. I'm looking at the regulation. I'm hearing it as you read it and reading it again myself. I don't see anything in the wording that speaks of specific plan. As far as Mr. Leib's point, and again, I've said numerous times how much I commend the parents who went through this very long and difficult process. We are not doing a disrespect to their work, because these other schools they were told, I know it came up, so I can only assume there was interest among the committee to look at these schools, but they were told that was not an option. And so I am trying to correct that. Again, also as someone who was reached out to by many members of the Odenton community, there seemed to be interest in those, in families at those other schools to be at the table. And so I don't think it's doing a disservice to their work to look at that. Again, maybe we will hear testimony tonight, but I believe it did come up in the committee, and they were told it was not an option. I would like to give them that option. So that is why option 4 is part of my plan to put forward. Sorry, I just want to make sure I don't miss any of my points. Future redistricting. So I'm again hearing that if I were to name that option, my 4th option would be to expand the scope of redistricting and therefore consider for redistricting the current schools that were involved in the committee, and including Wall Chapel Elementary, Four Seasons Elementary, and Odenton Elementary, and Arundel Middle School was there. And there was one more concern. It was my intention to amend the 3rd option to be effective the fall of 2020. So I would like that corrected.
I want to go back and address something that that Mr. Grannon said before, that he didn't think it was appropriate for Dr. Arlotto to weigh in on this. Dr. Arlotto has a statutory requirement to advise the board, which is what he was doing on this. He was advising us. He was not saying, he was advising him of his reading of what policy regulation was. So he was in line for what his role is to the board, not telling us what to do, but giving his advice just as his recommendation for redistricting as part of his advice. I have to say that my understanding of the policy and regulation would be that if we put forth this plan to expand the scope of redistricting, then we're putting out there as an option to me, that would say if that plan were to be adopted, if it went to the hearing and then it were to be adopted, that would halt any redistricting this year. It would have to go back to the committee in the fall, to a new committee in the fall, and start over, and the redistricting decision would not be made until next spring. That is what redistricting would mean, because there would not, according to our policy and regulation, to follow what we currently have in place, that we are bound to, the redistricting would have to begin again in the fall. So I want to put that out there, that again, I do still believe that these positions should be put out separately, and I would have to vote against moving any of these forward, or this motion to move forward at this time, because of option 4. Mr. Leib.
Mr. Grant, could you clarify for your option, do you mean that to apply to the superintendent's recommendation, and to apply to option 4 LJ, and to apply to everything that we've talked about all across the board, not just LJ? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yes, correct. And if I could just ask Ms. Ellis, if in deference to your colleague and to just get this issue moving, would you be amenable to having the board vote on options 1 through 3 and 5, and then vote separately on 4, and then we'll just see what happens?
Sure. I just want, I want to remind everyone and make sure I understand the policy, the regulation correctly. After the public hearing, we can come up with a plan that is not one of these that we're putting forward, correct? That's correct.
Correct. In fact, there's a clause in your policy about taking advantage of all the data and information that you've received up to that point in time.
I'm simply trying to give the public the opportunity to weigh in on my 4th option. If that is something we determine in the future would be the best. And can I
just caution, remember though, if you come up with, gets back to Dr. Arlotto's point, plan is referenced in here, because if you come up with a proposal, let's say between your briefing, first hearing, but before the deadline, that is different than what went to hearing, then you have to have another round of hearings.
Correct.
So
What do you mean by a round of hearings? We have to have another
meaning
public hearing.
another hearing.
Right.
A round of meaning the process. I think it's a little unclear whether you would have to have another briefing before the hearing, but I think that's the better practice.
I also want to make the point, the easiest thing in the world would just to pick something and move on as far as the work goes. We're in this for the students. We have to do this right. And so please bear with me, everyone. I hope to get enough support. We just have to do what's right for our students. And one more question. So Ms. Hummer said if we added other schools to the plan, we would have to. Let me ask you if I'm getting this correct. If we expanded the scope of the redistricting, you're suggesting we have to halt and start the process over.
I believe you would, because you're looking to redistrict. You're looking to do a whole new redistricting. So you would have to. This is just saying if all the other plans were rejected, let's say all 5 plans went to the board meeting and then when it came time to vote on the final plan, if option 4 was voted on, to me that says that we would have to start a whole new redistricting process go through the committee, because there's no boundaries, there's no plans, there's no definite things that you would need to get the committee together and go through all the criteria we have in regulation and make sure that it all followed through. That's my reading of it. That would be my understanding.
What is your reading?
Yeah, I don't know if it's 100% clear in that regard. I think what's clear is you're supposed to identify your schools, just as with any plan. And again, plans mentioned several times throughout this. That's the word that folks use to talk about this collection of changed borders, established borders, schools affected, et cetera. That's all part of a plan. If you read the regulation simply by its words, it suggests that by January 31st, you're supposed to put out for the public, for the briefing and the hearing process, plan or plans. If you were to get to the end of that process and develop a plan, second hearing, all of that somehow looks very different than any of these, it doesn't automatically violate anything in here. But that doesn't mean the concern Mr. Live expressed or that Ms. Hummer's expressing, which may or may not be a legal concern, but doesn't mean that you would not have had the issue with no committee having been convened. I don't know where that will go. The lack of that process, you have had it. You have had a committee meet. They've developed a recommendation. Your superintendent's recommended to you. That's what his job is. It's actually in your policy. It says he's supposed to make these recommendations. He's supposed to give you advice. But from that point forward, up till April 30th, it's kind of now the board's.
Okay, so I just want to remind the board one more time that we're not choosing a plan here tonight. We're just putting all the options out there for the public. That way we can hear from them what they would like to see.
Ms. Urea.
I understand, Ms. Ellis, that your intentions come for the best of the students, but I would also advise that we vote on options 1 and 3 and 5 and then 4 separately, just so we can have more discussion specifically on 4 and get those other options voted for, since I believe that most of us want those options, and then just to leave option 4 so that we can have that discussion separately and just continue to move forward.
Ms. Antoine.
I have to go back and agree with what Ms. Hummer shared. I think we should vote separately on each one in order to move each one forward and not together.
Ms. Schulheim.
I wanted to stand by my second of the initial plan not to vote on each item separately unless you choose to amend that. I also wanted to commend the committee for all of their hard work and all of their hours. And I know that one plan rose to the top at the end, and that's the superintendent's recommended plan. However, I get emails plural, like dozens daily, that suggest to me that not everyone is happy with the recommended plan, and that in fact, at least half of the population wanted to see some version of 4LJ go through. So, and that was the one that was, the favorite until it was pointed out, and it's my understanding at a late hour that about the non-contiguous boundary. But I also want to point out that the regulation says that that various things have to be considered, and neither plan addresses every single one of those
I just want to reiterate again that we're not debating the plans or the benefit of one plan over another. So pointing out that we're voting on which plans to put forward, and the statements that have been made about 4 have been concerns about whether that is an appropriate, according to regulation, put forward. So I just,
I
continue.
hear you, but others have been able to speak and express themselves, and so I am doing so as well. So I just wanted to put that out there, that I'm in favor of, having seconded your motion quite some time ago to move forward on that in some way, unless you choose to amend it. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
I'm going to request that we call to vote. There's people here who want to testify, so if we could wrap up our comments and allow them to speak before we vote,
Madam
that would
President,
be great.
Just so we can get this straight from our end, could we ask 3 clarifying questions?
Yes.
Please. And so the first thing is directed to Mr. Grannon. We've done some wordsmithing to capture what we think you've articulated, and I want to make sure that that's not exactly what you said. So we've modified it slightly, but I want to make sure that represents your intentions.
It does.
Okay.
Madam President, point of order, because I don't want you to stray from Alex. Pardon me. You had a motion that was seconded for 4 options to move forward. There was a friendly amendment made, which now we've just heard this represents it. But from a parliamentary standpoint, that has to be seconded and voted before it can be part of the main motion. So while you get your questions answered, I just want to make sure you understand is you have not, I don't believe there was a second to the friendly amendment, and that really is the proper process if you end up wanting to take any combination. Right now it was 4 plus potentially a 5th.
Second.
So there's a second. All right, and then you have to vote on that because it's the body's motion, Ms. Ellis's motion that was seconded belongs to all of you. Now there's been a friendly amendment. You would have to vote to add that to her motion.
All right.
So she called the roll.
So Ms. Connolly, call the roll, please, to add option 5 to the Ms. Ellis's motion.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Ms. Shahan.
Aye.
Ms. Live.
Aye.
Mr. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
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 9-0, motion passes.
Thank you. So now you are at the place where you have all 5 options as part of the motion, Ms. Ellis.
Mr. Sheknovich.
And again, just for the sake of, this is going to be the public record, so I want to make sure to, your secretaries captured us correctly and everything. So this second question is addressed to you, Ms. Ellis. With respect to option 4, you recently added a second sentence to option 3, making the effective date in the fall of 2020. Was it your intention to add that same additional clarifying / modifying sentence to 4 as well?
Correct. Yes.
That's what we thought. We didn't want to be presumptive.
Thank you.
That's my second question. My third and final question is, we thought we heard, but we're not sure, Madam President, where it went. Option 2 is option 2 revised by a individual citizen. This is not the option 2, which is 4LJ. So this is not 4LJ that went to committee, as Mr. Stewart said. This is 4LJ as modified by an individual. So and then somebody said, well, we should take the 4LJ that the committee saw. And we're unclear what happened with that.
Suggested that based on the criteria that Ms. Ellis has just announced to the public, that based on the criteria and the causality, that we should be adding an option number 6 to include the original 4LJ out of the same fairness and respect, because 4LJ version 2, my understanding, was not part of the committee.
Okay,
I can answer that.
Well, and I'd just say, that can be, you could make a motion to add this to this motion, or we could consider it separately after this.
There is a suggestion of several residents.
They were tweaked minorly by the same people who authored option 4 LJ. There was a group of them that came to a consensus on the revision. It's very, and it just addressed the dates and one other.
I'm sorry. It was called to me. That's why I think I should be answering. I was asked what my intention was with that. So I think I need to clarify what my intention was with adding that plan. Right, I know. And then, right. So because my intentions were called to question, I'd like to answer. And so my intentions were to put forth a slightly more practical version of what was in the committee that did get support in the committee. The committee has done their work, just like option 4 has been revised by Dr. Arlotto. I'm putting forth a revised version of 4LJ.
Mr. Lott.
I just go back to Mrs. Hummer's concern or statement regarding the possibility of a whole new redistricting effort. I don't know how correct I am, but I think of this, and Dr. Arlotto mentioned it, the charge that was given to the committee. The charge given to the committee was, redistrict for Crofton High School. And as I understand it, the committee looked at any school that had students attending Crofton High School. So with option 4, with what my colleague would like to put forward, it seems to me that redistricting charge changes. And therefore, in many ways, it morphs into a whole different redistricting effort. In that if you're not just redistricting to establish attendance areas for Crofton High School from all the different people that have attended Crofton schools, for many years, now you're saying let's look outside of this new Crofton, the Crofton school system, and see what we need to tweak and balance in the Arundel feeder system to more or less make it all balance. And that's a whole different charge. And so, not being a lawyer, but knowing there are lawyers out there who want to argue anything, I believe that does give a grounds for challenge in the future. And that, plus, I was one of the ones that mentioned when my colleague initially put forward for the workshop that we had time because it didn't go into effect for 2 years. But that decision was a very, I think, a thoughtful and well-meaning decision by the superintendent and the previous board to initiate this redistricting effort in time to have this all come to fruition. This is something that's the first time it's happened in 35 years that we built a high school, and we wanted to let people know as soon as possible what is going to be going on. And so all I'm saying is if the result of what we're doing tonight ends up with a plan being adopted and it's challenged and it wins, then we have completely lost that opportunity and that the superintendent allowed us to have in order to let our folks know and our families know as soon as possible how it's really going to lay out. That's all.
Ray. Mr. Grannon.
I move that Ms. Ellis's motion be severed so that the board can take up as a bundle options 1 through 3, along with option 5, which applies to options 1 through 3, and vote on those, and vote separately on option 4.
Second. Ask Mr. Burns. I'm sorry, Mr. Burns. I'm forgetting your name. Can that amendment be made to the motion that stands to sever it? It's to make that amendment to the motion.
Yeah, I don't know if it wasn't referenced as a friendly amendment, but I think what you're doing is moving. Severed isn't a word that necessarily appears in the rules as I'm reading that apply here. What I think Mr. Grannon is making a motion to amend the motion. And that requires a process in which, as we just went through with the friendly amendment.
And it's been seconded.
I heard that.
So everyone is clear. All I'm doing is giving us the ability to vote as a group on options 1 through 3 and 5, and then separately option 4. If anyone disagrees with that and really wants to vote on these one by one, they can vote against that. If 5 of us say we're satisfied, we've talked enough, deliberated enough to vote on 1 through 3 and 5 together, we'll take a vote on that. If it passes by 5, it's passed. Then we can vote on option 4.
And if it doesn't pass, then you would be back to your original.
Correct.
All right, call the roll, Ms. Connolly. This is the voting to separate the bundle so that it would be options 1 through 3 and 5 voted on as one, and option 4 voted on separately, considered separately.
But as proposed, no other content changes because it's as proposed by Ms. Ellis' motion still. In other words, the options are all the same.
Okay. Ms. Connolly.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Nay.
Ms. Shawhan?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
No.
And Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 5 in the positive, 4 in the negative, 5,
Okay.
4.
It's separate.
So now we should immediately vote on that.
No, we have public comment that would come on this. It's now, if the board discussion is ended, it's now time to bring Ms. Ellis Lightstone, but then we have a number of people that have been sitting here for some time that do want to speak on this. Ms. Ellis.
Actually, no. I have a comment for option 4, but I guess I will bring that when we're voting on that. And so currently the public comment is on the bundle that's on the table. Am I correct?
It is the redistricting. Yes, they can be on this motion. They can be, but this bundle that's on the table, they can speak on anything that's in the bundle because that is.
And so if they have something to say about option 4, would that be later?
No, it's because all these options are on the table, so they can speak on anything that is.
I'm just
that
making
is
sure I
before.
understand.
Right. They can speak on anything that's before them at this point. So I will call in groups of 5. Jonathan Boniface, Aaron Chadwick, Charlie Fleshman, Sam Dravaglini, and Brad Rainey.
Wow. Good evening, President Hummer, Vice President Gillen, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jonathan Boniface. You know me as the chair of the Crofton High School Redistricting Committee, but I'm also the leader of Bill Crofton High School effort, chair of the Crofton Chamber of Commerce Education Committee, and most recently the community liaison for delegates Sid Saab, who is a member of the House of Delegates Education Subcommittee. I'm here tonight wearing all those hats, and on behalf of a lot of parents and community members here in the greater Crofton area, asking you to please stick to the redistricting timeline and vote tonight to send the options 1, 2, 3, and 5 forward. We specifically support the superintendent's recommendation and any of those others that were brought up in the committee. State Delegate Sid Saab asked me to relay his support as well for that. We on the redistricting committee saw firsthand the angst and anxiety placed on the community by the mere discussion of possible scenarios for redistricting. Parents from all the committees communities being considered, and many from ones outside of the scope, came out in large number over 5 weeks to tell us their thoughts. Many were emotional, some were heated. Committee members were accused of being bought off by developers, of being racists, of being pawns of the school system, and many more. It was nasty at times, but many were civil and respectful and just wanted their voices to be heard. Through it all, the 18-member committee worked together, formed groups to examine the different options, and then came back together and passed the plan that the majority thought was best. Discarding the hard work of that committee by going with option 4 that was brought up tonight, and would not only be a slap in the face to the community, but would also put all these communities back in limbo, waiting yet another year to find out where their children will be attending school. Many decisions, such as participating in the lottery for STEM or other magnet programs, are made by students and parents in the early part of their 8th grade year. For Crofton students, they will be weighing those options this fall. So please vote tonight to bring the options 1, 2, 3, and 5, that you discussed here tonight, forward. There you to public hearing. There you will hear what we on the redistricting committee heard for 5 public meetings, the voices of the students, parents, and the communities. And then you can make your decision and vote in April. One thing I did want to add was that we did hear from many other communities in the South River feeder system. We heard from people in the Southern feeder system, the Old Mill feeder system, and the Arundel feeder system. All those, and I actually had somebody reach out to me from the Meade feeder system. So if you want to just expand it to Arundel, don't forget Old Mill, Southern, South River, Meade, and the rest. That's going to be one huge committee.
So we do have some board comments, but I do want to remind the board that this is not really supposed to be a back and forth. We're hearing from the public. We're going to have a hearing as well. And so I would urge board members not to be questioning or trying to refute everything that the public may be saying, that we be listening. And this is part of our public hearing as well. Ms. Schalheim.
Hi there, and thank you for your work on the redistricting committee. I don't think any of us are scheming to delay this a year despite remarks on social media, et cetera. That's not, I don't think that's any of our intent. Just like you, we want what's best for the kids in the community, and we want to make sure voices, or at least from my perspective, we want to make sure that everyone's voice is heard.
Ms. Antwine.
I just want to share. You already know how I feel. Last night, you took the time to share some very intimate details with us that helped us to make the decisions that you see right now. But I want to remind those that were not, well, those that are here and were there, and those and the rest of the public, that we were actually requested to introduce another plan if we had another one last night. And so that plan is being introduced to go before the public. That's all that's happening right now.
Just a clarification. I don't see us in any way not sticking to the timeline. My understanding of regulation is that we can create a new plan based upon the public hearing. So we're just trying to put all the options out there to give the community input, but it is not my intention at this time not to stick with the timeline. I believe we're doing that because we're putting forth plans tonight. So it's just a clarification. I think we're...
Ms. Corkadell.
First, Mr. Boniface, I want to thank you for your continued service in the community. From the first day I met you, you've been out making sure that the best interest of your community without having negative impacts of the other communities around you. I know that you're in your heart, and as well as those other committee members. I couldn't always make them right on time at 7 o'clock, but I was right there with you, and I know that in the audience listening. And so I do want to say that, yes, most of the people, just about every single person, I recognized working with you guys in the committee and at the very least testifying, that have reached out to our board, at least to the whole. And to that effort, I just want you to go on record real quick, because I want to make sure that we can get to everybody. There's quite a few, so I'm just going to direct my questions just to yourself as the leader. Could you expand just very in brief with a few sentences as to the extent that you went out with the communities at large, for those who could not make the meetings? Because I know you guys met with people too. That is kind of skimmed over in the record to make sure that my fellow members truly understand that it was not done in a vacuum of just a principal picking a couple committee members and whoever could make it on those nights, just so that we have a clear understanding of the extent of your hard work.
Yeah, I mean, we did get all the correspondence from that was sent to the principals of all the schools involved, forwarded to the committee, which we forwarded along. We put into a Google Drive folder, and we did get all the emails from the public that came to us personally. We made those all available to everybody on the committee. So just as you're receiving all those, we did receive those over 5 weeks as well. And you know, some were positive, some were negative, and everybody wanted to be heard, but it's redistricting. There's no way to make everybody happy. Somebody's going to come up on the short end of the stick in this, and we knew that going in. We were told that by AACPS, and that's how it worked out. But thank you. Not a problem.
Ms. Chadwick.
Good evening, board members. My name is Erin Chadwick. My husband and I have lived on Evergreen Road, which is behind Wegmans, for nearly 9 years. School zone 1038C. I spoke at the board meeting on December 19th. Some of you may remember me or my son, who was running in circles. That was us. At that time, I spoke to all of you and gave you data that my husband and I put together in folders. Hopefully you had time to review that information. Today, I want to talk to you as a mom of a first grader and future school-age child. When we picked our home, we picked it based on location, the proximity to both mine and my husband's jobs, before we had children, before we talked about schools. Today, we have a first grader at Crofton Elementary. She talks about her friends, her teachers, and all the people she meets. She attends before and after school care at a daycare where her brother goes. She says hi to him every day, and she proudly says to her friends, "That's my brother," when they're at daycare together. Now we are discussing with her the possibility of changing schools, changing teachers, and changing daycares. My husband and I have even discussed moving to stay in the Crofton district. On a daily basis, she asks me which school she might be moving to so she can assess who she knows at those schools, because she has friends at all the Crofton elementary schools. I want to remind everyone what I discussed at the last meeting. There's no direct route from our house to Piney Orchard Elementary School. Most Crofton daycare centers do not service Odenton due to schedule conflicts with the Crofton schools. In fact, our daycare services all other nearby elementary schools except Piney Orchard. I understand that the closest elementary school might not work, but Piney Orchard Elementary is not the second closest, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. It is the seventh farthest elementary school from where we live. It would result in an extremely long bus ride for our students, which is detrimental to their school experience. They will have to get up earlier, get home later, and lose sleep and lose homework and activity time. Also, bus time is the least structured time, allowing these children to have copious amounts of unsupervised idle time on the buses. The bus route, if you'd like to talk about contiguous borders, send 1038C to Crofton Elementary or Nantucket. If non-contiguous, we can go to Meadows or Woods. 1038C should be considered separate. It seems like transportation issues from 1038C to Piney Orchard were not investigated or considered by the redistricting committee. My husband and I never received letters or notifications of any kind regarding the proposed changes up until recently. The school board should focus on making school a safe and enjoyable experience for all students, and 1038C to Piney Orchard Elementary is a disservice to the students and a detriment to their welfare. I know there's no immediate solution and you're trying to make the best decision with the information you have, and regardless of your decision, I'm standing here today to ask that 1038C stay somewhere in Crofton. As presented, option 5, my only concern is that it talks about existing students. My child, it doesn't talk about my, future students staying in that school.
Thank you, Ms. Chadwick. Ms. Fleischman.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Charlie Fleischman. I was a parent volunteer on the redistricting committee representing Crofton Elementary School. I just want to state for the record, the Forks of Patuxent is a small community within 1038B, and our community and me personally are not okay with being pushed out of Crofton schools. We'd like to request to be grandfathered in to continue to 10 Crofton schools. Our rural community is not a development. It is a static, established homes. There'll be no growth in housing, and bus transportation would essentially stay the same as it always has been. Bus number 23. I live in the part of 1038B, a small community. I accepted the volunteer position as the redistricting community, thinking it would be a great opportunity to learn the process and give our area on the west side a voice inside Crofton. Now that Two Rivers is developing single-family homes, 1038B only suggests that Two Rivers are the only residents and growing community in that area. I did question and request a breakdown for our community, and Scott Schuler obliged by breaking down the numbers off Conway, Collins, Grays Ford, Meyer Station, and South Patuxent. I did speak out numerous times for the forks of the Patuxent and the overall areas of 1038B and C. This area has been districted for Crofton Elementary, Crofton Middle, Arundel High School for over 40 years. My husband attended all the schools. He's 44. Our children have created foundations of friendships in Crofton and all around. Same for extracurricular activities. I want to clarify a few things up last night. Stated at the time of the voting on the redistricting committee, when it came down to the two plans, I abstained to both, more so as a stand up for my community and to show my disagreement for pushing all the new development onto the west side. And when we reached the final plan to submit to Dr. Arlato, I at least requested a few grandfathering clauses into the plan, and to have it start in 2020, the grandfathering was dropped. I chose to look at every angle, process, area in my own personal community and my children. I never mentioned that I was in agreement to our community to leave Crofton schools. I was more under the impression that we had no other alternative, and it seemed the direction that it was going. I agreed to stay involved in the Arundel side and the plans for West County Elementary School, since it will directly affect our community in the distant future. A side note, there are discussions of parcels of land to be obtained for the West County Elementary, and it is on the CIP. However, nothing is bought yet. There are no sketch plans, and that is it. It's a long way away. I'm the president of our Forks of the Patuxent Association. Our community also has a covenant agreement that I believe would contest these plans, delaying it even further. Covenant agreement with Two Rivers, the developer that's there now. I do feel the redistricting process was pushed, rushed, and should be reevaluated, or I'll do a little addendum to add additional scopes options to the agreed upon plans, such as 5.
Thank you, Ms. Fleshman.
Thank you.
Mr. Travaglini. Oh,
I'm sorry, can I? Just for clarification, are you the only committee member in Odenton on the other side of Route 3 that did
On the
not,
other side of Route 3,
that
yes.
did not vote against option 4?
On the other side of Route 3, yes. The
Yes.
other Crofton Elementary representative also did not, but she's on Crofton's side.
Right, okay, just thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Travaglini.
How you doing? You pronounced it pretty well. It's actually a silent G, Travellini. But
Oh, sorry.
no, that's all right. So I also live in the Forks of Patuxent, in the area known as Wilson Town, which is past beyond the Two Rivers community back in the woods. So that is part of 1038B. I have a daughter in second grade at Crofton Elementary and another that will start there in the year 2020, unless things change. And then there's also a possibility that they could be redistricted again if there is another school built in our area. Overall, I think the board should not hastily make any decisions or be pressured into adopting any of the current proposals if they have serious doubts or concerns about them, and I hear a lot of doubts and concerns about them. Maybe perhaps the simplest solution is merely sending all the currently districted Crofton Middle School students to the new high school and addressing capacity issues later with new schools and renovations in an expedited manner could be an alternative. I don't know. But I think it's something the board could consider either now or in the future. But I'd like to make a couple of points. The proposed redistricting and shuffling students around is not a sustainable solution and may cause more problems than it solves. If any of the proposed redistricting is adopted, we'll still have capacity issues. The redistricting effort is essentially rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Capacity problems with one school are shifted to another, and instead of fixing the problem is merely being shifted elsewhere, and the ship is still sinking. This is not fair to our children. The real root of the problem, I think we can all agree on, is that the area needs more schools and more capacity. So I hope that is strongly considered by the board, like I said, either now or in the future. I think that's a better solution than shuffling our innocent children from school to school. Another point I want to make is Route 3 should not be considered as a universal boundary because it is impossible to avoid Route 3. No matter what, buses and children will have to cross Route 3 or use Route 3 if areas are shuffled around to different schools or remain where they are. For example, there are areas in the proposals that have children attend schools across Route 3, and when Patuxent Road closes, as it often does, buses will have to use Route 3 as an alternative. And then my last point is the Forks of Patuxent area is more contiguous with Crofton than it is actually with Odenton. From my house, it's 4 miles to Crofton Elementary, but 6 miles to Piney Orchard. We live 5 miles from Crofton Middle, but 9 miles from Arundel Middle. Our children attend school in Crofton. We go to church in Crofton. We shop in Crofton, and many generations in the Forks of Patuxent area have always done so. So, thank you for hearing me out, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Travellini. Did I say it right? Thank
you. Good evening. My name is Brad Rainey. I'd like to ask the board to look much more closely at option one, group one, option one. Back in 2015, the zone 1046 was redistricted from Nantucket Elementary to Crofton Elementary. This option would now move zone 1046 from Crofton Elementary to Crofton Meadows. While this is a 6-year gap and wouldn't impact any one student, it would impact parents who will be forced to join a third school community if they have kids more than 3 years apart. As many of you are parents, you know how important that is to have a relationship with the teachers and administrators at the school. I'd like to ask you to not force those parents to make a third set of relationships. Also, the plan increases the non-contiguous areas. I know that's not a requirement for redistricting, but it would force 1046 to travel through zone 1045, which is still scheduled for Crofton Elementary. It would also make 1038C students either spend time in traffic on Route 3 or use the Johns Hopkins Rydell corridor and bypass 2 elementary schools by 1/3 of a mile. Option one is also the only plan by its own numbers that leaves 2 elementary schools still overcrowded. None of the other plans leave more than 1 school overcrowded, and we would just be back here again. And finally, the community committee recognized this back in October. As you've seen and as I've heard tonight, there were no votes for this proposal when it was brought up towards the end of the session. I think it wasn't voted on because it puts an undue stress on parents and children, and it will lead to continued overcrowding and more redistricting meetings. So I'd urge the board to take group one, option one, off the table and fully support one of the other plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey. Our next group, Kristen Caminiti, Samantha Weaver, Benjamin Sundberg, John Sundberg, and Carolyn Fiume.
Dr. Arlotto, President Hummer, Vice President Gilliland, and board members. I came here with some very articulate comments, and man, I don't know if they make sense anymore at this point or not. So I will do my best to try to make sense of the conversation that has occurred here tonight, as well as the thoughts that I've been having for many months. I'm Kristen Caminiti, and I'm a mom to 4 kids. Ryan, who is in 3rd grade at Nantucket, Zachary, who's in kindergarten also at Nantucket, Connor, who is 4, and Tessa, who is 7 months. I was also a member of the Crofton Area Redistricting Advisory Committee, and to say that I have a vested interest in this community is an understatement. So I'm hearing so many things. There's a couple different points that I would like to make. One thing came up at the very first redistricting meeting when State Senator Ed Riley stood up and he said, if Crofton High School opens at or near capacity, then this committee will not have done their job. And I just want to make clear that he couldn't have been more wrong. If Crofton High School opens at or near capacity, it is because for far too long, development has been prioritized over our children in the Crofton area. So please, do not anybody allow themselves to think that the committee or Dr. Arlotto or any of you haven't done your job if Crofton High School opens at or near capacity. And throughout all of the redistricting process, we heard over and over again from the Crofton community, which to be clear includes large parts of Gambrels, that despite the overcrowding, they want to remain as one community, keeping all of the Crofton elementary schools together. To address some of the points, as far as whether including other schools would restart the process, your policy specifically states that the redistricting advisory committee members shall be 2 parents or guardians from each affected school who are familiar with the impacted school communities and able to represent the school community's views and concerns. So if you included other schools, it seems to me, based on policy, I'm not sure, Mr. Burns can correct me, that you'd need to reconvene another committee to allow those parents of those now included schools to have a say, which then negates all of the hours and hours and hours of work that the committee already did. Which brings us to Dr. Arlotto's point, which was that the purpose of this committee was to establish the boundary of Crofton High School. And you can do that and then reconvene another redistricting process that includes all those Arundel elementary schools to figure out how those children should best be redistributed. So this is a complex process. There is no perfect answer. There's no easy solution. But I would ask that you, A, keep in mind not to make this exceedingly complicated, not to prolong it for the public. We deserve, as a community, to know at least what high school our kids are going to go to. And you can do that right now. You can determine which elementary schools will feed to Crofton High School, which elementary schools will feed to Arundel High School, and which will feed to South River, and then figure out the elementary schools after the fact. But at least give us some answers by April 30th. Thank you.
Ms. Weaver.
Dr. Arlotto, President Hummer, board members. My name is Samantha Weaver. I'm a proud parent of a 3rd grader at Nantucket Elementary, and I also currently serve as the Nantucket PTA president. I attended every redistricting meeting, and while I was not a committee member, I pored over the data and numbers made available to the public. I spent weeks developing spreadsheets and calculating capacity charts. I scrutinized to the individual student every plan presented by the committee. And I was not alone. Many community members devoted countless hours for 5 weeks to help find, review, develop a redistricting plan that would fit our community needs. Many, many more attended the redistricting meetings and provided public testimony. At the end of the day, the redistricting committee and the community as a whole was tasked with solving a math problem that has no answer. With the overdevelopment in our area, there is simply more students than there are seats. However, the plan approved by the committee and adopted by Dr. Arlotto is the most equitable and fair solution. It allows for all 4 Crofton elementary schools to attend the new Crofton Area High School. It shares the overcrowding equitably and aligns possible future overcrowding at elementary school level where there is relief on the horizon with the future West County Elementary School. I am aware, and you have heard, that from Piney Orchard parents about the enrollment projections over the next 10 years and the viability of expediting the new West County Elementary School in a time to meet the needs of those projected enrollment rates. And to that point, I would ask this board member to consider this redistricting a 2-phased approach. Keep this phase as it was designed to be, about creating a Crofton High School feeder system. Adopt the districting changes in Dr. Arlotto's proposal that will not take effect until the 2021 school year. This allows for a phase 2 redistricting process next year. This phase In this phase, the elementary schools in the Arundel feeder system can complete a review of their own boundaries, create a redistricting process that equitably aligns their overcrowding, and a responsible districting. Both Phase 1 and Phase 2 can start in the 2021 school year. It is almost like Plan 4, but basically cutting it down. So instead of having a 26-person committee, which if we do have to go back to committee, that's what we're looking at, we would keep the original committee we have now and a small 8-person committee to decide or to develop a plan later. Please do not let the hard work. In this method, all elementary schools in the feeder system can be included and have a voice. Students can be districted to one feeder system that they will continue to until graduation. The answer of who will be districted to Crofton High School will be answered. Please do not let the work of our community invested in this process be for nothing. Move forward with the redistricting process and vote to take Dr. Arlotto's plan to community briefings and public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Leon Sundberg. I live at the Wall Chapel Villas, and I'm in 7th grade, and I go to Crofton Middle School. I've been the new kid once already, and it sucked, and I needed to make new friends and step out of my comfort zone. I made a lot of great friends, so the idea of having to be the new kid again and making new friends makes me feel scared, sad, and mad. I would like the decision makers to take into consideration the feelings of the kids like me and numerous others. And I would also like the decision makers to reevaluate the options given, and please let us just stay with our friends and be happier. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Mr. Sundberg.
With the short amount of time, please excuse the lack of eye contact. Good evening, board members. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to talk this evening. My name is John Sundberg, and my family and I live in the villas at Wall Chapel. My son Benjamin is a 7th grade honor roll student at Crofton Middle School. My son went to a bilingual school in D.C. from pre-K to 5th grade. And the kids from my son's elementary school were going to a lot of different schools for junior high. And had we stayed where we were, he would have only moved forward with one friend. Junior high was the perfect time for us to make a change with the least impact on our son socially and emotionally. As my son was preparing to go to junior high, we had to find the right school environment for him and continue to grow and thrive. We did a lot of research, and we ended up in Anne Arundel County and then narrowed it down to Crofton Middle School. We spent a while looking for houses and really wanted to move in the Triangle area of Crofton. Then we started house hunting while prepping our own house for sale. We started making offers on places we were interested in. However, the offers were contingent and sellers were not interested in waiting for our house to sell. So we started to run out of time to get Benjamin enrolled. We did our research on the area that was being serviced by Crofton Middle and would later feed into the new high school. Instead of us moving into the exact area we wanted, we needed to sacrifice in order to get our son registered for school. So we ended up moving not into a single family home in an established neighborhood like we wanted and had our hearts set on, and coincidentally would still be in the boundary addresses, but into a new construction townhome in Wall Chapel Villas. It wasn't where we wanted to be or the type of home that we wanted, but it was in the boundary, and there was no issue with waiting until our home sold. The change was difficult for our son, but he adjusted and finally has a solid group of friends that support him and care for him. The point that I'm circling around right now is that we did our homework. We did everything in our power to ensure the path forward for our son. And now, after purchasing a home for $500,000 to ensure that we were in the right neighborhood, the community lines are being redrawn on us. To be frank, after the investment in the community with the purchase of our home, it's devastating news. The sole driving factor of our move into this house was the schools. We do not want our son to have to start over again, making new friends at the most vulnerable time of his life, going to the 9th grade as a 14-year-old in the middle of puberty, trying to break into cliques of kids that have been going to school together since kindergarten. It's not what we moved here for. Everything about the redrawn lines is bad for our family. I also feel the need to call out diversity of children in our neighborhood. My son is biracial and contributes to the diversity of his school. And we have a broad mix of races represented in our small neighborhood, something that is lacking in Crofton. My son even noted shortly after starting at Crofton Middle, he had never seen so many blonde people in his life. Not the same diversity he was used to going to school in D.C. We support the 4LJ option moving forward to keep our 1038C community going to Crofton High. Our community would be of minimal impact on the school, but the proposed changes would be a major impact to all the families living here. Thank you for your time.
Good evening.
My name is Carolyn Fumey. I was the Arundel High rep on the redistricting committee. I've been before you about 6 times since December 5th. I just want to talk a little bit about Mr. Stewart's comment that 4LJ or 4LJ version 2 doesn't look like what it looked like before the committee. Before the committee, all the plans would go into place in 2019. When Dr. Arletto took a look at the committee's plan, he changed that to 2020. He took out the grandfathering, and he had 1038A go to Crofton Woods. We came before you on December 5th, and we gave you a 4LJ plan. We tried to mirror it as closely as possible to Dr. Arletto's. So that plan that we gave you on the 5th had a 2020 date. It had 1038A going to Woods. The only change we have made now is we went to the workshop last night and we listened to you. We listened to your questions. We listened to the AACPS comments. Mr. Stewart said his issue with 4LJ as we had given it to you was that 1038C stayed in Crofton forever. So we gave you a version now that says 1038C will go to Meadows until a West County elementary school is built and a feasibility study is done at Arundel Middle School, and any renovations need to take place. What that does is it says the Arundel cluster will welcome 1038C, but we need the infrastructure in place to do it. Dr. Arletto is completely right. The purpose of that committee was to draw the boundaries for Crofton High School. But we also looked at the overcrowding at Crofton Elementary, and 2 new neighborhoods moved from the Crofton feeder to the Arundel feeder. The only schools that took 2 new neighborhoods are Arundel feeder schools. That's why we ask you to take option 4LJ version 2 to public hearing. Thanks for your time.
Okay. Our next batch, Stacy Montana, Andrew Green, Ross, I'm sorry, I can't read the last name, Diana McMullen, and Leah Jaspers. Stacy Montana.
That's me. Can I begin?
Yes, go
Okay.
right ahead.
Hi, my name is Stacy Montaigne, and I'm the Vice President of Arundel Middle School PTA. I was also on the Crofton Area Redistricting Committee. I'm here to ask you to vote yes to take option 4LJ version 2 to public hearing. Today, Arundel Middle has 1,051 students with a capacity of 1,071. In 2019, Arundel Middle is slated to have 1,074 students. That's over capacity. This is before any new students are added from 1038B, C, or Odenton Town Center. Arundel Middle already has 4 portable classrooms in constant use, and the students have to walk outside to access them. Placing both 1038B and C in Arundel Middle will place us well over capacity at 116%. Per the AACPS Strategic Facilities Utilization Master Plan Final Report dated August 31st, 2015, it stated utilization above 110% was considered inadequate. Last night, AACPS Planning Office told you that 4 Seasons and Wall Chapel were not included in the committee because they are over or at capacity and could not take 1038B or C. These schools feed into Arundel Middle. AACPS is using the high numbers of these schools to explain why they can't take a single neighborhood, but are ignoring the fact that those high enrollment schools coupled with new neighborhoods are the exact reason AMS will be overcrowded. I know that AMS admin has met with an AACPS architect about splitting a room to give us 2 additional classrooms. It doesn't look promising. Mr. Chaknovic said he supports a feasibility study for AMS. However, it is not in the 2020 budget, not in the CIP, and not a recommendation in the superintendent's plan. Arundel parents have no assurances that a feasibility study will be done. If AACPS is committed to it, why is it not in one of those places? Mr. Stewart stated that Arundel Middle is getting a new roof and bus loop. We received a standard maintenance roof. However, the bus loop was postponed for 18 to 24 months, if not longer. That's still not in the 2020 budget or the CIP. These long overdue changes are not changes that give us more classrooms or room for students to eat lunch or conduct science labs. The problem is enrollment numbers. The only thing that will solve this is less kids or more space. The solution is an addition to the school, but again, that is not in the CIP or superintendent's recommendation. Option 4LJ2 gives us less kids until an addition can be completed. It is clear the Arundel cluster is taking the majority weight of the overcrowding that affects everyone. It seems only fair that Crofton schools share some of the weight as well until an addition is built at AMS. Mr. Gannon asked why 1038B and C's family can't stay in Crofton. Both Mr. Stewart and Mr. Boniface stated that they won't fit in Crofton Middle. The Arundel cluster would welcome these neighborhoods if space permitted. Unfortunately, without an addition, renovation, AMS students are already in portables. Where will everyone fit? AMS has having great success. The principal was awarded Maryland Middle School Principal of the Year, test scores are up, and has a great group of faculty and staff. The overcrowding could be detrimental to all the strides that AMS has made. For example, increased students, narrow hallways is already problematic. Recently, a teacher and a student collided. The teacher was injured and resulted in a dislocated shoulder. What's at fault? Lack of functional space. Please vote for LJ2.
Thank you, Ms. Montaigne. Mr. Green.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Green, and I'm a resident of course, 1038C. I'm here to voice my support for option 4LJ. My son is currently in 6th grade at Crofton Middle School and will be entering the 8th grade when the redistricting begins, sending him to Arundel Middle School. Nearly all of the friendships and relationships he will have worked so hard to develop in 6th and 7th grades at Crofton Middle will practically vanish, as he will no longer be graduated with his peers. He might as well go to school in California, because that's about as many people as he will know at Arundel. Additionally, my son has an IEP and receives special education services. The instability of his services merely compounds the problem of losing his friends. It is my understanding that currently both option 4 and option 4LJ meet 12 of the 13 factors in the redistricting regulations. While option 4LJ may not meet the contiguous boundary provision, option 4 has no provision for grandfathering considerations for students currently attending schools in an area proposed for redistricting. It is also my understanding that there are several boundaries within AACPS that are not contiguous, so I do not see how that would be a deal breaker. So while it may be true that no plan would be perfect, and if one of the original goals of the redistricting was keeping students together, and if that remains a true target, then option 4LJ clearly rises to the top as the best solution. My son, who understandably did not want to speak here tonight, asked me to give each of the board members a copy of a letter that he wrote expressing his thoughts. If you could pass those out for me, please. Oh, you just did? Okay, thank you. All right, I'll leave those for you to read, and I will just say thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Ross, and I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher the last name.
It's all right, even if my handwriting was great, it's still horrible. My name is Ross Thulier. I'm a father of 3 girls. They all go to, or 2 of them go to Nantucket. 1 of them is scheduled to go there in 2 years. My concern was just that there were rumors before that Nantucket was not slated to go to Crofton High School. I'm glad to see that this option 4, that it is now. And I just wanted to just express that you have my support in any option that includes Nantucket going to Crofton High School. That's the reason we stay in Crofton. It's not cheap, it's getting crowded, but the schools are amazing. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thulier. Ms. Shawhan.
Yes, I heard that rumor too, and it's exactly that, a rumor. I don't know how that got started, but I don't think any of us have ever spoken about removing Nantucket from the Crofton feeder system.
Ms. McMullen.
Bring this back down. Hi, everyone. I'm Diana McMullen. I've spoken in front of you a number of times. I am a parent of a 1st and 5th grader at Piney Orchard. I've had some back and forth with you guys today in regard to the numbers that were presented on slide 48 in last night's workshop. And kind of just the gist of what I wanted to talk about today was just the numbers in general. The bottom line is that there's just too many kids and not enough seats in both the Crofton area and the Arundel area for everything that's going on. I understand that it's not a problem that was generated here. There's OPZ, planning and zoning issue with the way seats are accounted for, and hopefully something can get done to help deal with APF for that.
But my point is that the numbers are very hard to follow and fact check because they're constantly changing. I presented to you via email earlier today the plans, the 3 plans that are moving forward, broken down using the numbers that were presented to the public at the public meetings, and including the projections. During the process, the committee was told not to use the projection numbers, don't look at them, they're not correct. But then on slide 48 that was presented in the workshop, there's projection numbers. But there's no backup in the public record for where any of these numbers are coming from. And we've been told that this is supposed to be a transparent process, but information is being presented and then not followed up on, and it's very hard. As the PTA president for Nantucket spoke earlier, we all have spreadsheets too. We're all trying to figure these numbers out too, and when the numbers aren't being passed along, we can't hold the Board of Ed to account, which is our right as citizens and as parents. Some of the places that I know, I'm a civil engineer, I work with developers, I work in development, and I have for almost 20 years in Anne Arundel County. So I'm familiar with the resources that are available to the public. I know that there are numbers, there are seats missing out of the 1038C projections. They don't include the Monarch Apartments, which is almost 300 units, and I can't believe that 0 students are going to be coming out of there. That's only going to increase the number of students coming out of 1038C. It also discounts all of Odenton Town Center development, which is quite significant. And these kids will be going to Arundel Middle School. If we included the other elementary schools, would we get a true view of the numbers that are going to Arundel Middle? I think we need to look at all of the development that's going to be impacting all of these schools that the plans are pushing Crofton students into the Arundel cluster. We need to make sure that we're looking at apples to apples. So we are hoping that you push Plan 4LJ forward, and then hopefully we can go through some type of investigation to have all of the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. Ms. Schallheim.
I am very curious as to why the numbers were so off as well, and I would love a full explanation about that, because it does change things. It changes the percentages. It probably impacted or influenced the committee members, because if they were incorrect, then the percentages were off, and it could have swayed people one way or another. So from AACPS staff, I would love to know a full explanation as to why the things are so off. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Leah Jaspers, and I am here on behalf of Piney Orchard Elementary School. I was a member of the Crofton High School Redistricting Committee. I'm here to request that you move Plan 4LJ version 2 to public hearing with Dr. Arlotto's plan. As you make that decision tonight, I want to ask you to keep the following key points in mind. The superintendent's plan did not include any of the committee recommendations that address Arundel Middle and its ability to handle the influx of students from Crofton Middle and Odenton Town Center. Arundel Middle School improvements are not on the CIP, and they are not in the superintendent's budget. This places any improvements to Arundel Middle several years out at best. The county does not have land for Two Rivers or West County Elementary School, and although this project is in the CIP and is scheduled to open when my kindergartner is entering 7th grade, it is realistic to think that without land for this project, it could possibly be further delayed. Crofton High School will not contain 4th grade levels until the year 2022, almost 4 school years from now. I believe it is extremely premature to move 2 Crofton neighborhoods, neighborhood 1038B and C, to the Arundel feeder system for the 2020 school year. We are willing to take one of these neighborhoods. 2 seems truly unfair. This decision should not be based on simplifying overcrowding by consolidating it to 2 buildings, which we heard last night. We should be talking about the learners in those seats. As a former classroom teacher, I know firsthand that there is an impact on students and learning when schools are massively overcrowded. Utilizing as many available seats as possible is what is best for students. I would like to fast forward to the year 2020. In 2020, Crofton schools will have seats for neighborhood 1038C at Crofton Meadows, Crofton Middle, and Crofton High. Arundel schools will only have seats for these students at the high school. The elementary school they are assigned to will be overcrowded, in addition to the middle school that may or may not be in the CIP at that time. Those of you who value the committee process and believe that the committee plan takes precedence over all other plans, please acknowledge that Anne Arundel County Public Schools has not opened a new high school in over 30 years. There was significant debate over numbers that we were or were not allowed to use, and an unequal membership on that committee that was biased to one feeder system. Arundel High School feeder truly was underrepresented. Please bring both plans to hearing so that both feeder systems can feel that from today forward, they had equal representation and ability to participate in the redistricting process. I also implore you to further examine the numbers and their accuracy for any plans that move forward based on tonight's vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jaspers. Nicole Kochwar, Tammy Simpson, Irene Savares, Jerry Walker, and Stephen Hours. Oh, Jerry, okay. All right, Bonnie Schofield.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Kochwar. I'm a future Nantucket, Crofton Middle, and High School yet to be determined parent. I say future parent because my daughters are 4 and 2. I would like to dispel the argument right now that Arundel didn't have a say in the redistricting process, or Arundel feeder schools such as Odenton, Four Seasons, Watchapel. My kids are not even in school yet, and yet I know that they are scheduled to go to Nantucket, they are scheduled to go to Crofton Middle. And so Arundel Middle represents those students. All parents who have students that are kids scheduled to go to school should know what their elementary and middle schools are and should attend the meetings just like Crofton did for 5 weeks and sat there and listened and debated and did their own research and testified. So I implore you to just please consider that. I do feel that all communities have had a say. If you include the other elementary schools in a whole new redistricting process, that is just adding additional parents and changing their boundary lines. But the middle school boundary was there. Everyone could have had their voice heard during the 5-week process. That being said, I also believe that Crofton does, as people have noticed, there's a lot of development issues all the way across the board. Crofton has its own development still going on, being built currently, scheduled for the capacity that is currently open at Crofton Meadows. The ridings, I believe, is scheduled for Crofton Meadows. And so I understand everyone is feeling the pinch of overdevelopment. I really think a 2-pronged process is the best case here. Please move forward with the superintendent's plan and the redistricting committee's plan of option 4 to let Crofton High School have its high school, to let Crofton have their high school that they've waited so long for, and then have a redistricting and a good consideration and allow all those schools to voice their concerns in their own redistricting on the other side of, on the west side of 3. Because you do have schools over there like Odenton sitting at 80% capacity that you could spread some kids around over there. And I do implore you to look at the stuff for Arundel. I mean, all schools in our county need to be looked at. And it needs to have a bigger picture. But the goal here was Crofton High School. And so I implore you to stick with that and let our community enjoy the fact that we're getting a high school. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Simpson. I currently reside in Gambrills, which interestingly enough, depending on whether you live by Target or Home Goods, determines which feeder system you go to, as my son has attended both Crofton Middle and Arundel Middle. I currently have a 5th grader at Four Seasons who will be transitioning to Arundel Middle in the fall, and an 8th grader at Arundel Middle who will be transitioning to the high school. And one thing that I do want to clarify from the previous speaker is that as a current parent of Four Seasons, no information was sent out about this redistricting process to any parent at Four Seasons. And I currently live in Summerfield Village, and I did most of the information sharing to my neighborhood because a lot of the information was not shared with Four Seasons parents. As a parent of the Arundel feeder system, I am very concerned about the current recommendation to shift current Crofton school students into an already crowded Arundel feeder system. The staff at Arundel are great. They do the best that they can, but the school is very crowded. To the point where, as mentioned before, there are 4 portables outside. The portables are not gated, and students have to leave their school building to go outside into an unsecured area and then wait for a staff member to come open the door to enter the main building once again. Initially, I was excited about the prospect of a new high school coming into the area, but now I'm very concerned with the justifications being used to populate this school and the recommendations that would ultimately flood the already growing Arundel cluster with all the development that is coming. Summerfield Village is getting 110 new houses, and I'm not sure if any of those houses were included in the data collected. The Crofton Gambles area is overdeveloped, and solutions to educate the current and future students should be based on common sense zoning, such as the proposal submitted by the Arundel cluster. We do our students a huge injustice by placing them in overcrowded classrooms and school boundaries that do not address the needs of the entire area versus which side of Route 3 you live on. I cannot support any plan that would rezone students who are currently in Crofton schools into Piney Orchard and then subsequently into Arundel Middle. And I respectfully request that you will continue to allow option 4LJ2 to come to public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Ms. Savard.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Irene Severus, and I am a high school science teacher, and I live in Piney Orchard. I have 2 small children. My eldest is going to begin kindergarten in the fall, and I'm here today to express my strong felt support for option 4LJ version 2. I attended previous meetings, and my husband addressed the redistricting committee in the final October meeting. As an educator, I cannot stress enough how important those elementary and middle school years are. From experience, I have seen multiple cases where students struggle in high school because they lack a solid foundation. By putting elementary schools over capacity, we're making it harder for teachers to deliver quality instruction and also for kids to get the support they need in the classroom. Option 4LJ, version 2, does not add any burden to current elementary school capacities and still allows the Crofton kids to stay together. It's an obvious solution, and quite honestly, I don't even know why that one wasn't brought forth. In the field of education, we are constantly looking for ways to implement more equitable practices for our students. Putting our kids at an unnecessary disadvantage by overcrowding is not equitable. While the entire Odenton-Gambrills community celebrates the new high school, we don't think it is fair for the redistricting burden to be explicitly shifted to our side of Route 3. This puts our kids through unnecessary difficulties during the most impressionable years just so that the Crofton community can be the sole beneficiary. We hope that just as we are supportive of the new high school, Crofton can be understanding of our hesitation as Odenton residents to be the only ones that have to give something up in this redistricting. Thank you for your time, thank you for your consideration, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you, Ms. Severus. Mr. Hours. Is it Hours? Yes.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Stephen Hours, and maybe I should say good night, given the time. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak with everyone here. I am the father of a Nantucket child and another one who will be in Nantucket before too long. And I do appreciate the discussion of trying to keep the Crofton area elementary schools together. I do appreciate that effort that was made and all the effort that was put into the work group that was done before, the committee that was done before. I do support the superintendent's recommendation. I am concerned about the new idea that has been brought up tonight regarding opening it up to new schools and starting over from scratch to some extent. I'm concerned that that will delay the decision making substantially and limit the ability of people to put a lot of public input into things at this point. I do recommend that that people go ahead with one of the more developed plans, and of course I do support the superintendent's plan, but at least go with one that can be moved on quickly and through this process rather than punting it to another year. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Hours. Ms. Schofield?
Good evening. Thank you for your time and for all of your work on this. My name is Bonnie Schofield. I have a daughter who's currently in 3rd grade at Piney Orchard and another daughter who will begin kindergarten there in the fall. So my girls, along with so many other children, will bear the brunt of the overcrowding both at Piney Orchard and at Arundel Middle. Looking at the documents the board was presented with last night, I was shocked at the projection numbers. Those numbers matter. They matter because they represent students trying to learn. They represent children. They represent my children. We understand there's an overcrowding problem, and in Piney Orchard and Arundel, we've been willing to do our part to help, accepting the whole Two Rivers area, but to also expect to bus children all the way from Watchapel to Piney, knowing that Piney would be at 137% capacity by the time a new school opens, if it opens on time, while the Crofton schools remain at 100 or 104%, is incredibly unfair. It says that overcrowding in Crofton must be alleviated, but it's fine to massively overcrowd the Arundel schools. That's valuing the education of children in Crofton to the direct detriment of others. I urge you to look at these numbers and act in the best interest of all students. Plan 4LJ version 2, if it's group 1, option 1, I appreciate the effort to include the other Arundel feeder schools who were not represented but are affected by this process. They were not given voice and certainly not equal voice. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schofield. Dwayne Boyd and John Lucas.
Did you say Dwayne Boyd first?
Yes.
Okay. Superintendent Arlotto, President Hummer, and board members. My name is Dwayne Boyd. I spoke last time. I live in the villas of Watchapel, represented by 1038C. And my prepared remarks have changed based on what's come to light tonight. So I want to thank you for, one, convening and having a special session last night and really considering how this is impacting everyone. I am in favor of the options 1, 2, 3, and 5 going forward. I think that that will give us all the opportunity to have our voices heard. I also want to have opportunity for us to unite as a community, because what I've seen tonight is a lot of divisive talk around people who are on the committee, people who weren't on the committee, if you live on this side of 3, if you live on that side of 3. All of us have done the same thing. We have moved to this community solely to provide our kids the best education possible. I shouldn't be disadvantaged that my selection took me to the other side of 3. What would make better sense is to see what in that school, the schools that are closest to me, that would best serve my children. I don't want anything different than all the people who sit on the committees, all the people who are supportive of option 4. I just was disadvantaged because I moved on the wrong side of the street with the same expectations as everybody else has had that their kids are going to go to the Crofton feeder system. I've done nothing different. So why am I now being disadvantaged? Why I made the exact same choice for my children? I think it's unfair. And in terms of the committee saying that they have the opportunity to go forward, there wasn't a clear path to what the outcome was. I wasn't vocal previously because I kept on hearing 4LJ was going to be successful, and I was okay with, although taking my children out of Crofton Elementary, I was still going to be a part of the Crofton feeder system. And then there was this vote where they were talking about the non-contiguous boundaries being an issue, so it wasn't even forwarded. And then now, now I'm paying attention, of course, because prior to that, I thought that I was going to be fairly represented. So instead of us going back and forth, if option 4 is the best, take it to public hearing. Let the public decide. If option 4LJ version 2, which I support as the best, let it go. Let's get past all of this, not in any way disrespecting the work that has been done, but it doesn't negate the work that has been done. If that's the best plan, it will prevail. We don't have to fight about it now. Let's take it to the public hearing so that everybody has a voice and everybody can be represented. My last point is this. Last time I was here, I talked about diversity, and I heard that numbers were provided to you. I don't have the numbers. So I'm going to trust that you guys are assessing how the Crofton High School will be impacted around diversity under option 4 that's going forward. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm sure you'll see me again.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas. Ms. Antoine.
Just want to make a quick comment. What you said about the diversity numbers, we definitely took the diversity recommendation from you, and the staff took it very seriously as well. I want to emphasize that. It is for, from what I'm understanding, the staff shared yesterday that those numbers will only be shared with us for various reasons legally. So that is why it hasn't been presented publicly.
Mr. Lucas.
Good evening. I'll try to keep this short because I think I'm the last one. President Hummer, the board, citizens. My name is John Lucas. I moved to Odenton about 5 years ago. I have a 2-year-old daughter who will be attending Piney Orchard in a few years. Very concerned about the overcrowding that everyone is projecting to be significant. One of the reasons we moved to this area, Piney Orchard in particular, was that the schools were very nice and highly ranked. I guess to get down to the bottom line, I just want to add my voice to the sort of swelling chorus of support for option 4LJ version 2. I think it's definitely the fairest option in terms of who is going to bear the brunt of this overcrowding that I think everyone agrees is a fact. So the idea that Piney Orchard would be forced to take these 2 additional neighborhoods, I think is totally unfair. The idea that I think we're definitely willing to accept our share of the burden, which option 4LJ version 2 does, and we'd be taking 1038B, and I think that Crofton needs to do its part and take 1038C. One of the videos that was played hours ago at this point, one of the things that was mentioned was this idea that all means all, and I know that several other people have echoed that throughout the course of this evening, and I think if that's really an animating idea that's important to this body, then that means that the burden should be shared equally between districts. So thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
Madam Chair, since I believe that was the end of the testimony, I call vote.
No, wait. No more public comment. All right. We will vote on the motion.
They've already been bundled. So
right.
We're pass it or not.
Well, voting on it's been moved to 2. The amendment was. So the first one is the bundle that would be option 1, 2, 3, and 5 to move on to public comment. I mean, to public hearing. So, Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll, please? This is voting if you are voting to move options 1, 2, 3, and 5 to public hearing.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
Ms. Antoine.
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim.
Aye.
Mr. Leib.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Urea.
Aye.
And Ms. Homer.
Aye.
So that's 8-1, motion passes.
So the options 1, 2, 3, and 5 will move on to public hearing. Then the next motion is option 4, which is, let me make sure expand the scope of the redistricting to include Odenton Elementary, Four Seasons Elementary, and Chapel Elementary to the 9 schools considered by the committee, changed to be effective in the fall of 2020. Ms. Ellis.
Yes, I'm going to be brief. I know we've had a lot of discussion, and it is time to move forward. I just want to make a couple comments about this proposal based on things that have been said this evening. I do not see this proposal as starting over. There is room in our regulation indicates that we can come up with a plan that works best for the students. And it was brought up by a parent from, I believe it was Chapel Elementary. It was one of the Odenton schools who did confirm that they were not aware that they had a voice because they never received any notification. We're not voting for this option. We're voting to put it forward for public input. That's all I'm asking. We're not starting over. And I want to give a final reminder that anything we do here this evening, certainly anything I'm doing this evening, I believe is true for all of us, is absolutely a direct result of the committee's process. The committee has done an invaluable service to the community, and I really appreciate that. And now, per the policy, it is our job to determine what is best for the students. Thank you.
Mr. Grannon.
I call the vote on Ms. Ellis's option 4.
Ms. Conley, would you call the roll?
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Ms. Antwine?
Yay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
And Ms. Urea?
Nay.
Don't forget me, Molly.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
So that's 3 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. Motion fails. 3-6.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will be announcing when the public hearing and public briefing will be at a later date. Okay. No, that's the staff. Okay. All right. Item 5.02 is administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
So, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Live. Are there any board questions or comments? Okay, Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Schallheim? Aye. Mr. Live? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
And Mr. Grannon? Aye. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Our next group are policy revisions. Item 5.03 is graduation requirements. This is a second reading. Ms. Ortiz.
Good evening. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Council. Policy IIC, graduation requirements, is before you on second reading. We received several public comments that were provided to the board in your board packets, and then since then we received, this is one of those instances where the public comment period ended after you received your board packets, but before this meeting. So we received some additional public comments that were shared with the board as well.
So, Ms. Schallheim.
I
would first like to say that I believe in the spirit of this course, but I've been getting a lot of emails, and I myself have my own concerns about execution, the right teachers being chosen. For example, a student that took the course recently, like Christmas music was played the whole week of Hanukkah, for example, and cultural theme awareness with varied cultures needs to be included in the curriculum that encourages the teacher to mix up the discussion groups. And I just want to make sure that it's implemented properly, or we've lost this opportunity at such a late hour, 9th grade, to instill what is the spirit of this course. So on record once again as having some pretty grave concerns about implementation, about what some of the students' experiences have already been, because they've been communicated to me and they were disturbing, and just to make sure that we're doing this right. So I wanted to reiterate that. I also had some concerns come in about this course taking away from IB or other magnet courses. And then to reiterate again and again and again that teachers need adequate training because this is a sensitive class discussing sensitive matters. And I would hate to, because I'll be here a while, have this go through and then receive in mass more of the concerns that I've been receiving as a trickle to date. So I just want to make sure that's clear, and that it doesn't create a lesser than situation for those who are not part of the majority, because as you well know, I'm very sensitive to that, and I have my eye on this very closely. And I just thank you for your time again.
If I could share, we want to make sure this rolls out and that it is successful also. And so the teams have already met with all the high schools, teams including the principal and teachers that will begin the implementation. They've already started meeting and started planning. And so we want to get on this early and often so that we have a successful rollout as well. So it's conversations that the team is having already with the high school principals before we've even released the course for choice by students, and it shows up on their schedules. And so there's a lot of planning going on that will go throughout the spring and through the summer to prepare for the rollout. We want it to be successful. We know that that's an important aspect of the need of the course, but ultimately the success is how the students are engaged. And so we have to plan for that. And so the planning has already begun by this team.
And I appreciate that. And again, it's the spirit of the course I'm thrilled with. Again, some comments came in from kids that recently took it, from parents of kids that recently took it, and expressed some concerns regarding, over the holiday period, having it being very, very one note, very biased, and then sort of playing Christmas music the whole week of Hanukkah, for example. Separation of church and state is important. And again, I just want to make sure it's done right. I believe in the spirit of the course. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Antoine.
So I want to make sure we don't say the spirit of the course, because this is a strong curriculum. So it's an application and not something that's ideal. It's been applied, and we've accepted it as a course to be put on into our curriculum. We voted on it to be a course in our curriculum, but not a graduation requirement, is what I understood. But beyond all that, the diversity that is within our schools goes beyond ethnicity, religion, or otherwise. So this course is going to expose young men and women to some things that they are not normally exposed to until they are adults. I love this course for so many reasons. I also understood that if it was to be made a graduation requirement, that the requirement portion, as compared to the actual, I would say, debate portion, would be separated, where the requirement would be more theoretical than, and then the debate would be an option for the students to opt in. Is that correct or incorrect?
No, that isn't the plan. The plan really is to have a one-semester course that's very student-centered, engaging in problem-centered critical thinking, where students really spend the beginning part of the time learning how to actively listen, to consider others' feelings, to learn how to converse with one another and communicate those, I'll call them 21st century performance skills as well as communication skills. And then talking about community, what it means to be a part of a community, both inside a school and inside a town, a region. And then what it means to be part of other kinds of communities, whether they be sports communities or your church or, you know, the local arts community that you belong to. And really spending time listening to one another and negotiating who I am and listening for who each of the other people in this room are. Now, the key is that the teachers have to learn how to foster that environment. But we know how to help teachers do that. We do. And actually, Ms. Talar, and she won't tell you, but I will tell you, she knows how to do that, and we can look at our EEE teachers, and they are doing it right now with very young children all across the district where EEE exists. And so we know how to do it, but we're going to have to be very, very intentional about doing it well. And she started that process already.
That is exactly what I wanted to point out as well. The students that are benefiting from it, say next year, that will be 9th grade next year, will more than likely have been introduced to a lot of this through our new EEE curriculum in the first place. I'm learning that through my school visits.
Yes.
So that they will then be well versed into the requirement. This is just a reinforcement so that when they are looked at in a very competitive global spectrum, when it comes to their choice as an adult, they'll be better prepared. And that's why I strongly support this requirement.
Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. Question. The students who currently take this course, it's at one school right now, they have opted into that course, correct? There's not a requirement at Arundel, or am I?
At the board level, at this level, there's not a requirement, but the principal of that school has requested that all of those 9th graders take, because she believes so strongly in that being an onboarding activity to really bring civility and the notion of civil discourse into her building and help those students get along and understand what it means to build community. And their signature at Arundel is community citizenship, global community development, and community citizenship. And so it even fits that very, very tightly. So she has requested that. So all of her 9th graders do take that as an entry to Arundel High.
She requested that of
all the 9th graders and puts that as part of the expectation.
But was it an option for those 9th graders? Did they have to? I'm trying to understand how.
So she has expected it and set it as an expectation at Arundel High.
And so all of the 9th graders have taken it?
So all right now, but one over 4 semesters.
Okay, that's
the 4th one coming up. The 4th semester coming up now.
Okay, and I want to concur. Certainly, when we were presented with this, there's a lot of exciting things about this course. Yes. But there have been some really legitimate concerns that do need to be taken a look at. There's a reason that we have the public comment period. In addition, I've received emails, so we do need to take a serious look at those concerns.
And we do value the public comment and looking at each question individually and compiling an answer for them for frequently asked questions.
Which will be
list.
Pardon?
Which will be posted for the community.
Thank you.
Ms. Urea.
Just to answer the question about the teachers, I'm pretty sure Ms. Schalheim, you brought that up, the teacher selection. So when I went and I visited the class at Arundel like the 3rd time, I think, there were actually some staff from the board that came with us I think from curriculum, correct me if I'm wrong, but they specifically like interviewed students, asked and engaged in conversation on what are the key components of the teachers that you like that teach it, what do you want the teacher to have, how do they build a relationship, to try to get those key components and try to spread that word to principals when they select the specific signature teachers that teach this course, or other teachers as well. And also one common email I've been getting, Dr. Arlotto, is about the magnet students. So just because I know the answer, but just I know some people don't, could you clarify or how it's going to be implemented with the magnet program students?
Absolutely. So for the magnet programs, we recognize the contextualization is going to happen with the magnet themes. Specifically within the STEM and BEMA classes, we have mandatory 9th grade courses, so we are redesigning those to be the GCC class through the lens of project-based learning or through the lens of medical rounds as an example. In PVA, we have a mandatory PVA Foundations of Art, so that's going to be the new GCC, contextualized with Foundations of Arts and Arts Application. For the IB World High Schools, we are contextualizing the course obviously with the IB Instructional and Cultural Framework through the unit planner, really setting the stage for personal projects in 10th grade, which is a whole school endeavor, and at the same time partnering with the signature programs for the contextualization of those themes. Recently, we also worked with our social studies department in the spirit of academics, and we're redesigning the historical inquiry class to be offered for the IB NYP DP students as well. It will remain as a 0.5 historical inquiry course and then be also the 0.5 GCC course. So we are looking at all options for inclusivity as well as recognizing the uniqueness to the programs to which our children are participating in.
So it won't add to the coursework, it will be incorporated in.
Instruction done differently.
Wonderful.
That's correct.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you everyone for this. I know the hour is late, so I'll just be very brief. I wasn't going to say anything until Ms. Antoine said something that I really want to underscore, and that was the transition from spirit to application. I think, as profound as that was, this hits home for me in a couple of ways, and it's anecdotal, but you know, a year after starting at Laureate Education, next thing you know, I'm thrown into the international, at that time, what was called our international division, and then I'm leading teams in Europe and Central and South America, and then visiting countries and that I had never been to, and being thrown into environments that I never had the exposure to as an AACPS alum. And I think the world is changing so much. And I now have the privilege of going, unfortunately just domestically, but throughout the country to talk about workforce development and trends that we're seeing. And this really hits home to what's coming. I mentioned Laureate and what we used to call our international division because that went away a couple of years later because we started to realize we are one. As Thomas Friedman said, don't hold me to this, 95, 96, I don't have my slides with me, but the world is flat. And then, of course, you know, his book in 2000, The World is Flat. So we, you know, they versus us, it's now we. And I think what I would just add, if I could, as sort of a recommendation, as this is tweaked along the way, I certainly agree with my colleagues who talked about the implementation, but really just talking about the real world applicability for business. And what we used to refer to as international business is no more either, right? You know, because the world is flat and globalism is here. We're all connected, whether it's because we're online or what you may have. But I just think that the real world applicability to business is going to be key and certainly helpful to students, whatever path they may choose to go next.
And there's a key piece here that Ms. Talar has made sure that is in, and that is the community members, the community stakeholders, many of whom are in business, will be part of this course. They're already part of the design, but they'll be part coming into the class and being present with the students. And that's going to make a difference, I think.
Ms. Schallheim.
So the concerns that were brought to me, I assume, are also brought to the school. So how are they handled? Because again, even in your description, you mentioned church. I don't go to a church. I go to a synagogue. So I just wonder if we're truly being cognizant of our diverse community and how those concerns were handled, and if they were addressed at all. Because again, I worry about the execution.
So at least 1 to 2 of the concerns that came to you and came through Dr. Arlotto came to us. We followed up with them, the principal, then followed up with the teachers involved. What Ms. Talara is doing with the build-out is forming an iterative process to continually do the formative assessments, not just with children, but the young people, but with the adults, so that we continuously have improvement in the understanding of how to teach this class, the sensitivity and the facilitation. And that's being woven into the infrastructure of the course. And that's going to make a big difference. That's not a small undertaking. And we're talking about that not only with the people building the course and with the teachers through professional development, but with the principals, because ultimately it's the principal who leads the school.
Right. And will we be making the curriculum available to the public? Because that is another issue that has come up over and over and over again. Transparency to taxpayers and parents. Will I get to see what we're teaching our kids? Yada yada. So, will this be posted somewhere? If so, where? Will it be handed to us? How will it be distributed to the community? Because for some, this has been not properly introduced to them, at least from the emails that I've received and I have here. So I just want to address those. Can you answer those?
Hi, good evening. Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. Yes, there's a variety of ways that we can share that information with our citizens, our parents in particular, through a scope and sequence, which will outline the goals and objectives, and then also the instructional strategies. And I think one of the critical components of this course is the protocols that are developed. So they're very specific in structure and how they lead students through the discussion so that every voice is heard, and it's done in a very diplomatic manner as well.
And then, Ms. Batten, will you share with the board the process we go through with all of our curriculum, from the point of deciding to move forward to the writing to the sharing with the public?
So we, first we start with bringing the course proposal to you for approval, and then we do solicit various writers, and that will be our school-based teachers that are involved in that process. We work closely with our Teachers Association to have their voice represented on those committees as well, and then our citizens, and that may come through our business advisory boards or our integrated school support teams. So we also reach out to specific experts in the field so that we have those content folks that is their trade that we want at present at the table writing with us as well.
Thank you.
I just want to echo what I've said before. I'm excited about this class. I shared some remarks at the Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast on Monday, and I'll say them again. I was taught that in polite conversation, we don't talk about politics or religion, and I believe that's done a disservice to our country, that many of us were raised that way, that we aren't able to discuss things civilly and listen for understanding in all areas, not just politics and religion. And with the current thing on there, I think this is a very bold step that we are taking. It will not be easy. There's going to be, these are hard topics. These are hard things we're talking about, whether we're talking about income, race, religion, anything that the diversity that comes. And so teachers will make mistakes and students will make mistakes. And I'm confident from how you're talking about this that we will learn from those and we will move forward, and that if we all stay the course with this and are committed to this, that this will be very valuable for all of our students. So I appreciate everything you've done on this so far. And now we do have some public comment. Samaya Mordecai. I'm going to say it wrong. I apologize. Shafekwa Mordecai, Donna Corey, Andrea Chamberlain, Erin Snell. I believe Ms. Snell has left. Okay, and that's the first batch. Ms. Mordecai.
I'm Donna.
Oh, you're done?
I'm up.
Okay, some people at this hour may have left, so.
You want me to go? Yeah.
Just make sure and say your name so I know which one I'm addressing.
I'm Andrea Chamberlain. We were
Okay.
going to tag team. We thought about this together.
Okay.
And we know we only have 3 minutes together, so that'll save everybody 3 minutes. Okay. So we're here tonight. First of all, again, this is Donna Corey and I'm Andrea Chamberlain. We're from Crofton. Our children are in the South River feeder system. And thank you for giving us your ear tonight to hear our concerns. We're here to ask that you, let me get clarification here. I heard one of you say this class would be a requirement, and I heard one of you say it was not. So
It is proposed in the regulation. It's to be a graduation requirement offered to all, and it would be for all 9th grade students.
Okay. That's what we're concerned about. We're here to ask that you not make it make the global community citizenship class a required class for graduation. And our reasons for this are really very simple. You heard a lot of people say how we needed money for many other things tonight. And we believe that with limited school funds and those many other funding needs that we always have, how we're requiring this course over those other things really add to the educational needs of our children, the core educational needs, which I consider to be reading, writing, math, sciences. For instance, would it be better to provide a course in financial literacy and make that a requirement? Don't we all hear on the news every day about how your average American hasn't saved enough for retirement? They're in major debt. That, to me, is a more serious problem in our country, not just in our county. And I would say I share some of your concerns that you've heard, too. So why not use those funds for something like that? That's something that I think every child would benefit from. And Donna's going to say a few more points.
Yeah, I only have a couple of things. I came across this in an email a few days ago, and the subject header was actually the redistricting. And we get so many of those. Sometimes I open them, sometimes I don't. This time I happened to open it, and I read the whole thing. And at the bottom was when it talked about the new high school requirements, and I didn't know that, if you don't mind if I take a few more minutes, I didn't know that there were there was things being added to the new high school requirements. And it's that global community citizens. I believe it's a valuable class. I do not believe that it needs to be a requirement. I think it can be an option for a student. I would like the children to be able to take that class if it interests them in something in the future. But I feel that if you have to have a requirement, could it not be a financial literacy class? I think all students could gain from something like that. And I did speak with somebody who was a parent of an Arundel student, and her daughter dropped a math class because she wanted to take this class because it was an easy grade. So I don't know if we are really doing a service to our students. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you reconsider what you're trying to advocate, because my youngest child will be affected by it. And I don't think it'll make him a very productive citizen. Thank you.
Mary Dodone, Connor Prout, Romy Pittman, and Jacqueline Alsop.
Good evening. By about 55 minutes. I have a question of process, first of all. Obviously, we've lost people. I would be glad to forego my testimony, which I regard as the weakest of the several testimonies we brought with us. Is it possible for us to share the testimonies of other people who are not here, who've sent their testimonies with us? I have two to share. Ms. Alsop has her own and one other to share.
We do not normally do that, but if you have it written and you can give it to us, and we'll make sure everyone gets copies of it. And this will also be coming up again at the next meeting if people can come then. But we'd be happy to share
We will
with
continue to organize for that, and I will get a cleaner copy of one of the two testimonies I'm going
Yes,
to read.
and you can give the hard copies them, or you can email them, and Ms. Connolly will make sure that everyone on the board receives them.
Great. As I leave, I'll hand you the one I have in good copy. First of all, I want to speak for Mr. Thornell Jones. Mr. Thornell Jones is an 80-plus-year-old man of color, extremely well-educated physicist, and you may know him from the work he's done in the community. He has taught many people through book studies primarily based on recognizing white bias and white blindness. I hereby read his testimony. To the Board of Education, I would like to share with you that I had the pleasure of visiting Arundel High School and talking with Principal Davenport and two of the three teachers who put together the curriculum for the Global Community Citizenship course. After visiting the classroom and observing the students' interaction with one another and the instructor that day, my evaluation was that the course I observed was valuable. Students were clearly learning to respect one another. I thought at that time that the course would be beneficial for all students in the county. I thought it would raise the respect students have for each other regardless of their background. I want to further say that the principal and teachers involved were serious about their aim and were well prepared to present the material to help students benefit from it. In that regard, introducing this curriculum in other schools will require teacher training, both for dealing with the material, especially the forgotten history involved, but also for understanding their own unconscious bias, which can hinder the learning that is necessary. I applaud the superintendent for putting forth the expansion of the course to all freshman students in the district and urge the Board of Education to approve this expansion. And I just realized that I read the easiest one to read, so I actually have two others to share with you, but I'm going to ask Ms. Alsop to speak next, if that's okay?
Yes.
Good evening, President Hummer, Dr. Olato, and board members. I'm Jacqueline Boone Alsop, and serving as president of the Anne Arundel County NAACP. For many years, the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP has engaged with the superintendent and with the Board of Education to address racism and racial incidents in the school system. As we all know, these incidents have become more overt and more frequent over the past 2 years. Together, we have sought ways to reduce racism through all means known. The NAACP and the Caucus of African American Leaders have especially requested training for faculty, staff, and students. We appreciate the efforts that have been made and that are being made. Tonight, on behalf of the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP, I want to publicly support the implementation of the Global Community Citizenship course across all 12 Anne Arundel County public high schools. With this course, the Anne Arundel County Public Schools have gained traction on what seems to be an intractable problem. This is exactly the type of program that the NAACP has been requesting. The successful implementation of this program at Arundel High School has testified to by the participating students at the December 5th meeting of the board, has demonstrated the potential effectiveness of the program. We of the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP also acknowledge that there may be pushback and challenges in the implementation of this program across the school system. We recognize that Arundel High School, although challenging in some ways, was an ideal incubator in other ways. The commitment of Principal Davenport and the teachers was evident when they spoke at the December 5th meeting of this board. We pray that their knowledge, sensitivity, commitment, and success can be replicated at other high schools in the county. The Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP shares with you the goal of increasing understanding and reducing both overt racism and implicit bias. The Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP stands with you in support of this program. Furthermore, the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP offers our support not only in this public statement, but also as resource to be called on as you implement the program and conduct the courses. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Alsop, and we appreciate the offer of help with us, because this is going to need to be all community and everyone involved as we move forward. So we appreciate the support. All right, I believe our others are not there, so that.
I have two more to go, and I'll be as quick as I can. I am now speaking for Ms. Romy Pittman, who was with us earlier and had to leave. The question always comes up about her last name. Yes, she is our county executive's sister. Speaking for Ms. Pittman, I have two daughters who graduated from South River High School and one who is currently in 10th grade. I also happen to be the sister of the new county executive. I've been a teacher and administrator for 30 years and currently work at a charter school in Baltimore City. Her background is in education. I am also active in groups that foster civil discourse in our communities, including Coming to the Table and Better Angels. She wishes to speak in favor of the Global Community Citizenship course requirement. As you are all aware, we're living in a time of deep division and frightening, sometimes violent intolerance in the world, in the country, and in our county schools. If there is any fundamental mission of the United States public schools, it is to create citizens of a healthy democracy, people who know how to express their beliefs civilly and how to listen to the perspectives of others and find common ground. We know from both academic research and from looking at recent history that the curriculum all students are exposed to in school makes a tremendous difference in their understanding and acceptance of others different from themselves. Education Week recently conducted a comprehensive look at just this question, consulting experts, visiting classrooms, and conducting surveys. They found that because we have taught such different narratives of our history and civic values in different states and school districts, citizens grow up seeing the world and the United States very differently. We tend to look for facts to line up with the worldview we are taught, and we grow further and further apart. The Global Community Citizenship class teaches students to recognize their own assumptions and viewpoints as important, but as different from facts. It encourages dialogue, respect, and perspective-taking, and it reinforces a narrative of who we are that strengthens our connections across lines of difference instead of shutting each other out. These skills and mindsets are at the very foundation of our diverse democracy. If, as a society, we do not teach them well, we will threaten the very core of our American democracy as we know it. Global Community Citizenship is no less than a course in how to manifest our better selves individually, as a country, as a world community. Thank you. And finally, hopefully in representation, of fully respecting those whose opinions may, on small points or large points, be different from ours, I wish to read the testimony sent forward by Pastor Jay Offer. As I believe most of you are aware, Pastor Offer is I hope I get this right, a community ambassador at Chesapeake High School and placed there because of the challenges at Chesapeake High School. He writes today as a pastor. I'm the pastor of Harvest Crusade Ministries in Glen Burnie, Maryland. We serve a diverse community with a community-centered mission to reflect Christ as we build productive and sustainable relationships with all aspects of the community. We've been in existence as a church ministry since November 2011. Prior to that date, we were a street ministry, which began in April 2009. This year marks 10 years of ministry in Anne Arundel County. Our efforts have helped us to become intimately aware of the school system. Personally, I've been involved with supporting the school system as a parent for 25 years through the school PTA organizations, Community Advisory Council, and as a member of the Anne Arundel County Council of PTAs. Currently, I also serve as a community ambassador at Chesapeake High School. I'm very proud of my efforts to help not only my own children to flourish in Anne Arundel County schools, but for many years I've worked on behalf of all students in one way or another. I wish to go on record as supporting the Community Development and Global Citizenship Initiative to include this course in county-wide instruction. I understand the curriculum focus is to create leaders and participants in our vibrant communities. All of Harvest's work in the community has been with the hope of doing exactly the same thing. Foremost, we are excited about the prospect of teaching children how to work and live in a community where perspectives differ. As we know through life, sometimes those differences can be great, yet we must still persist and work together to make Anne Arundel County, Maryland, and ultimately the United States a good place to live. Often we receive feedback from the community and our membership that the current curriculum does not prepare students for real life. The tone of that feedback is great disappointment, with a desire that this would change. Your consideration of this measure gives hope that we will get on track in this area. The value that we place on this type of instruction cannot be overstated. As a member of the faith community and being respectful that there are many traditions of faith, we have one reservation. We hold fast to the definitions of living in accordance with God's will as described in the Holy Bible as we understand it. However, it is important that as we discuss matters of human sexuality and religious constructs, that we're mindful that parents have the ultimate authority in shaping the views and moral boundaries of their own homes. We believe that parents may also choose the spiritual guide of their choice to teach their children in such matters. The school should not ever place itself in conflict with a home in these matters. I thank this distinguished panel of administrators for their time in considering this testimony.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very much.
Is it Dr. Didone? Am I calling?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But, you know, like it's only a PhD. Don't get sick in front of me.
Thank you. All right. Item 5.04 is also a second reading, gang and gang-like activities, policy JCCB. And we do have some, did we receive any public comment? Ms. Ortiz?
We, at the last meeting, the board voted to put this policy forward for an additional 2 weeks of public comment. And we did receive a public comment because it was up through yesterday, through the end of the day yesterday, public comment. On the regulation, it was more stylistic questions about the usage of why we're using and in some instances and or in other instances. And so I did respond to the person. I explained why, you know, there are certain instances where and is appropriate and or is appropriate. There was a question as to what appears to be duplicative language with school security coordinators on elementary schools versus secondary schools, and there is a slight difference in the language, whereas in an elementary school there shall be one, and secondary schools there shall be at least one, so that's a little bit different. There was just a question about the reporting requirements to parents and whether that should be done in 24 hours. And just to remind you, this policy and regulation were established in accordance with state law and the state model policy, and so that language in particular came from the state model policy and the reporting to parents. And then there was other just recommendations about term usage, using violators and alleged, and we just don't use those terms in the way we draft policy and regulation. So that was all in the regulation. That was the only public comment we received.
Ms. Schalheim.
Hi there. I did get a couple different emails with a lot of concerns, so bear with me here. I want to make sure that we're not being biased on policy section C, items 1, 2, and then all the subsequent letters underneath, and that we're also including symbols intended to harass and that have recurred continuously in our schools, like swastikas, nooses, the white power hand sign, pretend KKK hoods, etc., will also be included when we talk about symbols, you know, that a group of people might use or a gang might use, because if we're not including those things, then we might be placing some bias with what we may or may not historically view a gang to be. So I wanted to address that first.
Yeah, and I can address that. So again, this is written per state law and state policy, model policy. So these are things that are required by state law. So the definitions, for example, those are criminal law article of the Maryland Annotated Code, and so we cannot redefine those things. References, to symbols and things of that nature, that's not defined in here. And again, it's in accordance with the state policy, and obviously there are all kinds of different gangs, whether it's in our county, our state, or around the country. So, the folks, whether it's the SROs or the teachers and their training, are trained to, certain things to keep an eye out for with regards to gang and gang-like activity. So there are certain things, because this is state law requirement, we don't have the flexibility to redefine things.
Everything under Section C of the policy under position, is that all mandated by what the state told us to write? All of it?
That's through MSDE.
Items A through J and the whole thing, the whole shebang.
Right, so the language came from this MSDE
policy
on gang and gang-like activity.
Got it. I have a couple more things to talk about. So some people wrote me that are in law enforcement and were really concerned about the term gang-like. So again, we can't adjust that. That's immovable because of what we were told to do by the state.
Exactly, and so this is one of those instances where, I'm in the middle of legislative session, started 2 weeks ago, and there are bills that are introduced that in theory we may like the concept or are things that we may be doing here in our school system, but we may oppose because they are dictating very prescriptive requirements as to how we should do things. This is one of those instances when that law passed, gang and gang-like activity are defined in the criminal law article and in the statute dealing with this issue, so we cannot change it. Okay. So even if we might want a different definition, we can't do it.
Right.
legally.
Now, in the regulation, under procedures, under reporting, the paragraph A, someone wrote in and was concerned about the first sentence and wanted to change the word from shall to may. Are we allowed to propose bits and bobs like that?
So shall is a requirement and may is discretionary, so we are required to report.
You're required to report.
So shall is states the requirement. May would be discretionary.
Again, thank you for bearing with me on this. I have a couple more. Okay, got it. And let's see here. And they're under professional development. What is the source of the training? Will it be a credible source? For example, the police department's gang unit as the training body?
For the record, Dole Batten, Supervisor of School Security, that is one component. Safe Schools online program is available to all Anne Arundel County Public Schools employees. That is one online mechanism. The school resource officers themselves are another resource that is used for specific programming, as well as the Homeland Security gang investigators that are also closely affiliated not only with SROs, they're also Anne Arundel County police officers, and they are tied in with our state and national partners. So we have a very robust level of expertise available to us, but when it comes to this topic, what we're talking about is criminal behavior done by 2 or more people in the furtherance of a criminal enterprise. This is not about labeling specific things that we just don't care for as something nefarious and then moving against individuals in a completely arbitrary manner. As an actual practice, this policy is seldom in effect because we emphasize our actions on the criminal actions that the individuals are doing that are incorporated within this policy. This policy involves criminal activities. You have to do more than one of the prescribed underlying criminal activities. Gang prosecutions in this county and in this state are rare because of the extremely high burden to tie those criminal acts to a specific organized entity, yet the criminal acts themselves are actionable at a much easier way to not only for prosecution, but as a lower standard of more a preponderance of evidence. So for that standpoint, these are the type of training aspects, not only in the application, but when you ask what are we looking for, it changes, it adapts, and it shifts constantly. That is the nature of it. So there is no way, in one previous question, you were talking about colors or symbols or items. These things are they morph and they adapt, and they take they more or less repurpose normal things to utilize to identify people to each other and to use to intimidate other people who they let know what these are. But it's nefarious, it's underground, and it's done in furtherance of criminal activities of violence and of intimidation. And so that, but as an actual affect, using this policy itself is extraordinarily rare. It is the actual criminal offenses that come into play that are dealt with from the disciplinary and from the prosecutorial avenue.
I appreciate all of that. Thank you. I just think that the people who wrote me were afraid of bias to creep in to then and then yeah, they were just afraid of bias creeping in, you know. So that thank you for addressing
the language in this policy closely mirrors the state's policy for, and their use of one term is destructive and illegal group behavior as opposed to gang-like activity in the MSE 2011 guidelines to schools. So whether we call it gang-like and whether it's a local group of individuals who are identifying themselves in a manner similar that if they were a legitimate enterprise like a football or basketball team with uniforms and things that we accept as a legitimate source, this all addresses individuals as they pop up who operate in a group to further their criminal activities, regardless of whether it's state, national, or locally sanctioned, authorized by any other outside entity, organized in any way. And this directly resulted from the homicide of a student in Crofton back in a time when I testified before the legislature in support of additional information sharing by law enforcement and schools to reduce the element of gang and gang-like activity not being able to be discussed when it is a relevant component, but not the overarching issue. So again, we have been at the forefront of this issue for a number of years, and from an element of bias, it would be difficult to refute or affirm that because this regulation and policy rarely comes into play when we deal with the underlying events that precipitated the action.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Antoine.
Thank you for that. I do appreciate that this was, the board allowed this to go out for another 2 weeks because this is great info. Also, I think the training question I received was more related to the policy and getting the policy out to the staff so that they can understand what our new policy is, our new regulation will eventually be, and otherwise so that they are aware of some of the things you just shared as well.
Yeah, and to that, I create somewhat quarterly, really like 3 times a year with the beginning of the school year, a policy revisions memo also that goes to the schools that highlights, you know, all of the changes that the board, whether it's policy, changes to policy or regulation, I identify that. I provide a description of all of the relevant changes, and I've also worked with other staff to ensure that big topics such as this is communicated to the principals, vice principals, and teachers when we make changes. So yes, we certainly work to ensure that there's communication at the school level.
At our level of awareness, I can tell you that we are comfortable that schools are aware and they are reporting as required things that not only we get information from the police department, but the schools have the same information and they're doing the internal reporting mechanisms that are required here. and they're matching. So I am very comfortable in saying that our schools are very well aware of what is required and what needs to be done. And if information arises and they have not done it, there is the mechanism through my office that we can follow up with them to check and see what the status is and what is anything else developed that we are not aware of, to remind them these are the steps that are to be done. Suspected is the key word. It does not have to be confirmed. The investigation is a separate element of this, and it may be a completely innocent or otherwise explainable activity, marking, gesture, anything that might be out there. You know, our reporting has been on par with previous years, and it's actually been a little bit up, but many times that is a willingness to report and an awareness that it is required to report. So it's not necessarily indicative of additional activity. It's just a better adherence to policy and a better communication.
Sure. And so that, of course, I never, Mr. Batten, never questioned your procedure or otherwise. In fact, I've grown to appreciate how you've implemented it in such a strong educational system. The question, though, is for those teachers, administrators, and otherwise within the system, this policy is about to change. And so if some things are going to be introduced to them differently, I'm thinking the parents or whomever is making public comment would like to know how they're being, how they are being trained or aware, and you share that with us. I also like that you're saying, hey, and once this is out there, we're also going to reinforce that through the procedures and protocol that we have in place. So thank you for that.
Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? Thank you, Mr. Batten.
Thank you, ma'am.
So on the previous policy on the graduation requirements, I neglected to ask if there's any other public comment at the end, and there is someone who wanted to speak. So I'm just going to backtrack a little bit, and Ms. Oakes has a comment to make on the graduation requirements. And I apologize for that, Ms. Oakes. It's late. I just slipped up there.
Thank you, India Oakes from Hillsmere. I wanted to just quickly give my support for the Global Community Citizenship course, as long as it is properly implemented with all demographics in mind. Some may think kids are not exposed to these experiences until later in life, but that's not true. When I taught a law class at a rural high school in upstate New York, which had an all-white class, I asked them to write letters to the editor about a time they were discriminated against, and then we sat in a circle to talk about those letters. Each of those white 17-year-olds had an experience to share, and they did not all have the support to deal with it. Regardless of the community or demographics we see, we must share these lessons with our kids and human rights values as early as possible, because we all go through situations and meet people that may be new or different, and the more understanding we have of how to interact and how to react, the more we learn. So yes, keep the course as a requirement as long as it's all-encompassing in its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oakes. All right. Ms. Ortiz. So for the last one on the gang and gang-like activities, that will come before us for third reading at the next meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Item 5.05, student suspension and expulsion, policy JD. This was also a second reading, and did we receive any public comment?
So we did not receive public comment, and just as a reminder, this policy and regulation were updated as a result of new state law requirements as it relates to the suspension of pre-K through second grade students, and then we just needed to clean up some things to align with state law and also with COMAR regulatory requirements.
Okay. Are there any board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Item 5.06 is an action item, board organizational meeting and board officers, code BCC, or policy BCC. The board voted in December to move this one forward to after the 30-day comment period. Were there any public comment on this policy?
No, I did not receive any public comments.
Are there any board questions or comments on this policy? Mr. Grannon.
My understanding is that this having gone the 30-day period, we're now going to actually vote on the officers.
We will now vote on the policy, and then we have a discussion of that. So, but first we asked if there was any board question or comment, if there's any public comment, and if there's none, then we can move forward on the vote.
Yeah, so what you did is you consolidated. We typically have 3 readings on policy. So the intention of the board was to have the 30-day and consolidate it at this meeting. And so you still have to consolidate it from a second to a third reading to vote.
Well, it's actually, I believe we already did that at the December meeting, that we consolidated the second and third readings into one. So now it can move on to as action. And if there's no public comment, we can vote. Ms. Connolly, call the roll, please.
Need a pen?
Sorry. All right, Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Lyde?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
And Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
All right, that's 9-0. Motion passes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Connell. Mr. Grannon.
Pursuant to this policy, I nominate Terry Gilliland to serve as president of the board.
Second.
Just as a clarification, according to this policy, the policy says at the first regular meeting after the adoption of this policy, the board shall elect a president and vice president from among its members by an individually recorded vote. So the policy that we just passed states that the election of new officers will occur at the next regular scheduled meeting.
That's not what it says.
That is exactly what it says in the first line under issue.
That's not what it says, and my motion has been seconded.
Okay, we can discuss the motion if it's been seconded, but I was saying that it would be a violation of the policy that this board just passed in order to do that. Ms. Antoine.
So with the next meeting, that's the first meeting in February. Okay, so that wouldn't be aligned with our budget meeting. That's the last meeting, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Right. Thank you.
It's kind of, as I said, that it would be a violation of policy to take and to try to hold an election at this time. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I know there's a motion on the floor, but just in the spirit of not violating policy, if Mr. Grannon would be open to making this an agenda item prior to us breaking for photos at the next board meeting. That would be, and why I suggest that, if I may, if there is to be a change, we normally recess for about 10 minutes, and that's typically something that we've done for the July meeting when we've elected officers in the past. At that point in time, our nameplates are exchanged and all of that. So if we were to do that at the next meeting, I would just suggest that we do it before the break, if you would be open to that.
Ms. Schallheim.
Could we get Mr. Burns' interpretation of the policy?
I want to share, too, that this went through policy committee that included Ms. Corkadell, Ms. Urea, myself, and Ms. Schallheim. All of this language is vetted. It's the first line in there. It's in bright red, and it was put out for public comment.
President Hummer, members of the board, Dr. Arlotto, Darren Burns, board counsel, and to add what Ms. Hummer said, I do remember in that committee meeting, because I was there was that detailed discussion, as Ms. Ortiz will remember, about making sure that the part in B1 was sort of a one-timer, recognizing your unique circumstances, and that after that sunsets, and you switch to the process that's set forth in 2, which is immediately after the election. So I think that was something that's worth pointing out. There is that recognition here that this is a somewhat unique situation. In terms of what the language says, it's pretty straightforward. It does say, at the first regular meeting after adoption of this policy, the board shall elect a president and a vice president from among its members by an individually recorded vote. I don't know any other way to interpret that other than your next regular business meeting is February 6th. That's what it says.
Well, that's your opinion, right?
That's my
That's your opinion. A literal interpretation is, at the first regular meeting after the adoption of this policy, the board shall, that this is a meeting after the adoption of the policy.
That is another interpretation.
That is a literal interpretation.
I'm not in a place to argue with you. I'm just telling you that's what I think this means.
Ms. Antoine.
So I actually took it like this would be the first regular meeting.
Right.
I didn't take it as the next meeting. Right. I wasn't in on those discussions though, so that's why we're deferring to you for a legal interpretation. But of course, I'll support either way.
The plain language, again, what the committee might say, I leave it to Ms. Ortiz and the board members who were present for that, what they all thought was going on in that committee meeting. I'm simply saying, when I see the word after, I believe that's a temporal reference. I believe that's a reference for when the meeting occurs, not after, as in 5 minutes later. I think that's a reasonable interpretation. That's what you asked me to do. That's what you, right. But what it says is, not that after it's adopted, at the meeting you'll do this. It says at the first regular meeting after adoption. So if 5 members of the board believe the proper construction of that is in the immediate aftermath of adopting it, because you're at a meeting, you move forward with your vote, so be it. But you've asked my opinion. That's what I'm getting.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Ms. Ellis.
I'm sorry, still asking a question. I guess my question is, if the wording was the first regular meeting after the meeting in which the policy was adopted, that would clearly be spelled out based on your interpretation.
That would even further strengthen that interpretation.
Right. So I'm saying this is not as strong as that. So
this is what the committee.
So the wording is a little.
This is what the committee moved forward by agreement to the board. This is what you have in front of you, and this is what the board just adopted.
And I just want to repeat again that we have 4 board members who served on the committee. There was great discussion about this. It was put out for public comment. It was amended by board members at the last meeting, so there was the opportunity, if this was unclear, that it could have been amended at that time, and there's nothing. So I just want to say again, I'm going to stand by that we just voted on this policy, and that the interpretation, and as Mr. Gilliland said, the elections can be scheduled for first thing at the next meeting, but in order to abide by policy, I think we need to stand by this, that was put out by the committee, put before everyone, has been properly vetted by this committee and passed as stands. Is there any other board questions or comments? So we have a motion on the floor that we can,
Yeah, I'll make one further comment. When we were coming up with the agenda for this meeting, did I not expressly circulate as an agenda item election of board officers to all the members of this board?
And you received a reply that stated that this policy was going to be on the agenda, even if this policy had, if the interpretation that you're putting forth of this policy had been on there, we still would not have listed election of officers on the agenda, because that would have presupposed that a policy was going to pass before it was discussed. So there would have need to be an agenda item to add election officers after this policy was passed.
Right. I think my understanding is once 2 board members support an agenda item, it becomes an agenda item. If you have a disagreement about that, you can speak to it once it's an agenda item.
Well, you didn't make an agenda item. You asked, and the reply was given, and then there was no response back about that item. So
that's incorrect. I expressly stated election of board officers as an agenda item. And in any event, my motion's been seconded.
Ms. Schwalheim.
That was my interpretation as well, that this was in fact an agenda item for tonight's meeting.
It's,
Thank you.
I'm not sure how you could say it was an agenda item because it's very clearly not on the agenda. The agenda was put out to everyone last week ahead of time, and the reply that went to every board member in reply to Mr. Grandin's question was the election of board officers on the agenda, and the reply back was this policy for the organization of members was on the agenda. There were no further questions asked after that time. Nothing was hidden here. This has all been very above board. It's very in red and white. I'm not going to say black and white. Mr. Ladd.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I just think it sends a very, very wrong signal to our public that we adopt a policy, and then the first thing we do is try and read between the lines, around the lines, over the lines, and we violate that policy. We expect our citizens, the people who do business with this county, the people who rely on us, that we are going to do business a certain way. And this was something that was done above board, and we just get ourselves wrapped around the axle, and it's just regrettable.
Ms. Antwine.
So again, me not being part of that policy discussion and me reading this sentence, I took it as this being the first regular meeting. It's not trying to work a situation. It's an interpretation as the board member. Therefore, I was not confused. And then when other things came that you all know came between all of us, that reaffirmed my interpretation. But tonight, something else was brought up, and as I shared, if the board decides that I want us not to keep putting out there that we're somehow violating policy when things are plain and clear, because that also sends the wrong message. All we're saying here is some of us on the board understood that we would be voting tonight, and we also studied this policy. So therefore, we were prepared to move forward tonight with that. If it's a point of contention, the main purpose is to vote for the board. So I, as one of the board members, would be willing to wait until next time, but I would request that you all not put it out there so we're trying to twist words or violate policy.
Well, I want to point out, too, that the policy also states prior to the vote, the board shall determine the method by which the vote for officers should be conducted. So that would need to take place as well before any nominations would come up. And that we had actually talked before could take place in closed session because that would be an administrative thing to do rather than debate out here. I'm sorry it's late if I come across that it's that, but I don't like the insinuation that and perhaps, as I said, it's late being sensitive that this was somehow not above board. So I apologize if anybody's offended by that, but it's my interpretation. People can have different interpretations, but I agree with Mr. Lai that, you know, there's nothing rather than to have a gray area and try to twist it. What does it hurt to wait until the next meeting and have the elections, and then that way it's clear, so any confusion on this is taken care of. Ms. Ellis.
So assuming we waited until the next meeting, I want to be very clear so we're not ambiguous in any way. We will determine in closed session how we will do the vote, but we will be voting early in the meeting, the next meeting, first meeting in February for board officers, correct?
Correct. That is what it would certainly be on the agenda. Mr. Gilliland just proposed that it be put right at the very beginning, you said right before we break for pictures, and then when we come back, any new officers, then the shifting of seats could take place, and that could all happen right then. And so yes, it would be placed on right then.
It's Ms. Ellis. It's mandatory, actually. Assuming for a second that you don't vote today because you go with the other interpretation, it's mandatory that it be the next regular.
Right. So then the other part of the policy was pointed out about determining how we vote. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to say we were determining that next meeting and then the following meeting. Okay, so it's...
And Mr. Burns, am I correct that determining the way to vote, because that's administrative, could that be discussing?
Determining your method, discussion of the process by which you determine your method, whether it's a roll call, voice vote, however you all want to do it, you can discuss that as an administrative function. You have to conduct that vote out here, though.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Schalheim.
I just want to make sure that you understand that I'm not trying to circumvent policy either. That was also my interpretation, and any insinuation that I was not going to be following policy is offensive. So it was my interpretation, again, that we were voting on this tonight and that we were then subsequently going to vote on officers, etc. I think that it's, although we can do it in closed session, like I raised that too. Do we want to? I want to be transparent. Like, let's have the discussion out and proud about how we're going to take that vote, and not hide, because that's been a constant complaint from the public about transparency. But to be clear, I'm not trying to break policy. That was my interpretation. Any insinuation that I was trying to break policy, again, is incorrect.
Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to respond. It's only, only one board member has suggested anything about going into closed session for determining how that vote is taken, and I think Ms. Ellis basically reiterated that. She wasn't necessarily adopting that. I don't have that view, and to me, if a motion is made and board members, a majority of the board vote for it, that has executed the election. So this idea that we have to somehow go back behind closed doors to talk about the method for voting, the method for voting is a majority of the board is going to choose the officers of the board. And so I, for one, do not support this idea of going into closed session for that.
Mr. Grant, just so we're clear, that's not what I'm talking about with the method. In Robert's rules, there's at least two different processes by which you record your votes. You have your secret ballot, you have your voice balloting. The process by which you decide to come out here and to conduct your vote is an administrative function that you can discuss, so that when you come out here, you're not talking about who you're voting for, but when you come out here, you'll organize and can present your vote pursuant to what you've agreed is the process.
Right. I'm not saying it can't be done,
right,
but because it can be done, doesn't mean it should, that we have to do it that way, or that it should be done.
I concur. I concur.
Correct. It doesn't have to be done in closed session. It can be debated. It can be discussed out here. It would probably be quicker in a meeting if we had decided beforehand before we came out to the meeting, rather than have the discussion.
Well, the reason that didn't happen is because clearly, based on the comments right now, a majority of the board had the understanding that the election of officers is going to take place, and that's still possible. My motion is still pending.
It's still possible.
And has been seconded.
Ms. Ellis.
So, correct, Mr. Grannon. My question was about the timing of everything. I was not suggesting that we should be determining the method of the vote in closed session. I fully support being open about that process. And just for clarification, for the public, Ms. Schalheim, you thought we would be voting tonight, and you were on that policy committee, correct?
Yes, correct. So either, and if I missed the word after, that was not what I was assuming was going to, anyway.
Yeah, I think it was the meeting is what you missed, or what kind of throws off the interpretation, because after it's taking place after we changed the policy.
This was after,
right?
Yes.
And if you missed it, so did 6 of your other colleagues, because I know at least 7 board members were under the distinct impression that the election was going to take place, and that still is possible.
So, Mr. Burns.
Yes.
Just a minute, Mr. Gillen.
Thank you again. I just, in the interest of time, because it's 11:55, and we still have to talk about legislation with the pending bills before the General Assembly. I just want to, and forgive me, and I'm asking the board's patience with this, just because it's my name floating right now. I want to be respectful to process and I want to be respectful to any ambiguity or confusion that may have existed here. And again, that's why I'm just suggesting that we do it first thing, February 6th. We take the, we do an Educator of the Month, Employee of the Month, Volunteer of the Month. We have that natural recess. Let's just do it right before that recess. I'm hopeful if the board would be, in deference to the time, the hour tonight, that's just a natural break time. We can change the placards, and again, depending on what happens, I'm hopeful that that's a quick discussion. It's a yes and no next meeting, and then we can be done with it and change if need be.
Well, I would second that.
Since I made the motion, I'm willing to withdraw my motion contingent on the board agreeing that there's not going to be anything done in closed session, and that the very first thing we're going to do in our next public meeting is go directly to the election of the officers.
I second that, but when are we going to decide on how we do this?
There's voting. There's voting. Five people say who the new officers are, and that's the decision on how the voting is going to take place. There's not going to be any backroom discussions. That is the only basis on which I'm willing to withdraw my motion.
Mr. Green, in all due respect, that is not the proper part. You have to fix the method of voting prior to voting. You must do that. You have to fix the method. That is.
Can we fix the method now? Can we do that right now? So that is off the docket, and we come in on the 9th, and on the 6th, and we get this done?
We could.
You could.
According to.
Great, let's do that.
According to Robert's rules, there's two options for that. One would be a voice vote, and one could be, as Mr. Burns had described just before, a ballot vote. So the nominations were made, put on the ballot, and then there would be the ballot. So it's up to, so the board can vote to determine which one. Before we could entertain Mr. Burns, am I correct in this? Before we could entertain Mr. Grannon's motion, according to this, we need to fix the method anyway. Is that, it says prior to the vote we have to decide.
Yeah, you would have to fix your method first.
Okay.
And one of the processes that boards use across Maryland is you come up with your method. It allows your clerks, assistants to come up with, let's just say you're going to go with paper ballots. They're all prepared. The process is in place, and then you conduct your nominations either ahead of time or as part of the voice vote, and you go from there.
I move that we roll call this thing, and it's out in the public, transparent. That's what I move for.
Well, what thing? I'm sorry.
You didn't call
Okay,
me.
wait. There's still.
Order.
Okay.
Please, Madam Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry.
We got buttons here.
So, I know, I'm sorry. It's late. So we have a motion on the floor. So the motion could be withdrawn so we can set the method, or Ms. Schalheim, you could ask if the motion could be amended to set the method first. We have to address the motion that's pending on the floor before we do anything else.
It was my motion. I will withdraw it. I now offer a new motion, and the motion is that at the next meeting, the very first agenda item that this board will take up is to elect its officers in an open roll call vote.
Miss Ellis.
So I can't second?
You've already said it. You don't have to push the button to second.
Yeah, but I have something.
So open roll, it'll be a voice vote.
Voice vote.
Yes.
That would be that.
Yes. Well, it's been seconded. Yeah.
We have to, Ms. Schalheim.
I want to get some clarity from Mr. Grannon on what you mean by first thing. Mr. Gilliland said after item, I guess it would be 2-1, whatever, before public comment, but you're saying first thing, like after the pledge, or after what? Like, what are you suggesting?
Saying, I think Mr. Gilliland had said immediately after we recognize Employee of the Month, Volunteer of the Month,
But I don't know that that's
right,
what...
that's what I'm asking. So that's
yes,
Mr. Gilliland said,
I
I'm not sure if that's what Mr. Grannon means by his motion, is immediately
First
after
thing.
those or before those.
Then I'll clarify to make it the last action in section 2.
Okay. Second.
The last action in section 2 before public comment. Okay. All right. So that is the motion that is before us is that the elections will be held by open roll call vote, voice vote, immediately before public comment on February, what date is the next meeting? February 6th. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Is there any other board comment? Is there any public comment? Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Aye.
Shawhan?
Aye.
Mr. Lott?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Brannan?
Aye.
Corkadell? Aye. Jurea? Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
All right. Okay, item 5.07 is items of legislation. Ms. Ortiz.
All right. So as I mentioned earlier, the legislative session got underway 2 weeks ago. It's 90 days of organized chaos here in Annapolis at the General Assembly. And so you should have received a legislative exhibit. And I mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again. Section 1 are bills that require board vote. Section 2 are just FYI bills, no position. Section 3 bills fall under our legislative program, which we've already taken extensive positions and so do not require a board vote, but I still provide information and an explanation for our position. So the bill before you is HB 4 crimes, hate crimes, use of a noose or swastika to threaten or intimidate. This is being introduced by our very own delegate Chang. Typically, we do not take positions on criminal law bills, things related to crime. However, given the things that we've experienced in our school system and in the county, we thought that it would be important for the board to support this legislation, which essentially is trying to strengthen our current hate crimes law. We had a situation actually at one of our schools in which there was a noose affixed to the school building that technically did not fall under the current hate crimes statute because that dealt with more acts towards individuals and not affixing of things such as nooses or swastikas. And so this legislation looks to kind of clean up or close that loophole. And so, we're recommending that the board support this legislation as it's in line with the efforts that we're taking here in Anne Arundel County Public Schools to address these sorts of behaviors.
Ms. Shulhan.
I'm delighted to support this. This is long overdue, and I commend Delegate Chang's efforts to acknowledge the use of symbols like the noose and the swastika as an intimidation factor in our schools and needs to be recognized as the hate crime that it is. And I hope that we all vote to support this.
Are there any other board? First, do I have a motion to support this bill?
I move that we support this bill.
Okay. Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All right. Ms. Connolly, if you would call the roll.
Aye. Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Shawhan?
Aye.
Mr. Lott?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Brannan?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions on any other items of legislation that are presented today? Ms. Shawhan.
I noticed that Senate Bill 128 and 131 were missing from this.
So they're not missing. It's just I have to get information to you by a certain time, and we've actually pushed the items of legislation even later than when you typically get your packet. And so what Ms. Schalheim is referencing are two other, there's a cross file to the calendar bill that's referenced in section
53,
HB 53. So Senate Bill 131 is the Senate cross file. And there's another calendar bill, Senate Bill 128, but by the time the text was available on Senate Bill 128, we had already provided you the information. So I try to get in as much as I can, and that's why it's important for us to have a legislative program which allows us to, weigh in and take positions, because things move very quickly. We only meet twice a month, and so I got in as much as I could before but it will be in your next packet, but those bills also address calendar issues.
And those items will also be listed as items we support because it's part of our program. So
yes, it's part of the legislative program.
So
I'd also like to mention that if anyone wants to testify in support of Senate Bill 128 or 131, the hearing is on the 30th at 2 p.m. And this is, again, part of the legislative packet, and you've heard me talk till I'm blue in the face about how the calendar must change.
Mr. Grannon.
I move that items 6.01 through 6.03 be moved to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the board.
Second. These are all three items that are very short and quick, and I think we can get them done in about 3 minutes because none of them are votes. They're all just review items. So I would say that let's just get them done and have them finished. But are there any other board questions or comments? Any public comment? So the motion on the floor is to move these to the next meeting. Ms. Connolly, call the roll.
Mr. Gilliland? Is that no?
No.
Ms. Antwine?
Nay.
Ms. Schulheim? Nay. Mr. Live?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Guess I'll vote against my own motion then. Let's do it.
Nay, nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Actually, I have a point of information. If these are review items and we're not voting on them, and the idea is the public is supposed to be informed by the review items, we're now going to put these on at midnight on the fiction that the public is somehow going to be informed by a review of these items that we're not voting on. You know what? I'm going to vote for my original motion to move these to the next meeting, because this is disserving the public to do this.
Mr. Grannon is a yes.
Yeah, I'm finishing my vote, Ms. Connolly. This is a disservice to the public to push this through in some narrow-minded version of following policy. The public is not being informed at all by doing this at midnight.
Can I change my vote?
No, the vote's already gone.
What?
That's
You
nonsense.
can change your
I
vote.
want to change my vote to aye. Thank you.
Change your vote. Go ahead.
Ms. Corkadell?
I'm going to actually say yeah. I'm going to say yes.
Is that an aye?
Yes, that is an aye now. Yes.
Ms. Uriah?
Nay.
Okay.
No, it's Ms. Hummer.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay. So we will continue. And I want to say that our last meeting went till 1 in the morning, and we still settled them. It's public out there for the public to comment on. And so if we want to make that more transparent for the public to be able to speak, our meetings should be more succinct to have them on there. So item 6.01 is a review item, monthly financial status report and FY 2019 revenue and expenditure projections. Are there any board questions or comments on this item? Okay. All right. Item 6.02 is the construction status report. And I do have one question on this one, Mr. Sheknovich. This is a review item. It's a quickie, but so Mr. Sheknovich, in here I saw that on the update on George Cromwell, it said that the roofer defaulted. Is that going to impact the finish date of that project?
For the record, Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer. No. So under a default condition, we've got the ability, working through the bonding agent, to bring on a new roofer as well as a temporary roofer to keep the work on track. So we have a mechanism both short-term and long-term through the bonding and surety functions that are required of all prime contractors on any of our major construction projects.
Thank you. Ms. Antoine.
So, and that helps explain some things that I saw. First of all, Cromwell is incredible, and I would encourage anyone to go and visit the new Cromwell renovations. It's beautiful. But I did see some roofing issues, and after looking at this, I didn't quite understand what the defaulting is. So we're literally, the roofer didn't default on doing the work. The roofer no longer exists, and we're waiting on a new roofer. Is that what's going on?
Correct. So there are a number of mechanisms of default.
Right.
But to guard us and the public against a contractor falling into legal default for a variety of reasons as prescribed, we require a bonding and surety, material performance payment bond,
right.
Other guarantees that come into play that swoop in should a contractor default. And again, that is a funding mechanism to both acquire and procure short-term measures, which means the security area, make it rain tight, to address any safety issues, to keep immediate other collateral work required to continue progressing until another essentially permanent new roofer can come in, and that permanent new roofer will then complete the balance of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaknovich. Item 6.03 is also a review item, some contracts. Are there any board questions or comments on these items? Is there any public comment? All right. Then the January 23rd meeting of the Board of Education is now come to an end. The next general board meeting will be Wednesday, February 6th at 10 a.m. The next policy committee is Wednesday, February 13th at 1 p.m. in conference room 2B. The next budget committee meeting is Wednesday, February 6th, 1 hour after the board meeting ends. In here. Mr. Gilliland.
I move that the board adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned.
Why can't I? As if their bravery was not enough, the heroes left indelible marks on county students.
I thought it was really nice and moving because he made a lot of very good points about many things, and he helped a lot of people when they mentioned their problems. He seemed to be very nice about answering their problems.
I'm also going to become a better citizen. I'm going to help people